Hope everybody's doing well. I am a zombie. I did not sleep very well. So, I don't know how energetic I'm gonna be today. Hopefully I pull myself out of it once we start playing, so. We might jump right in. I imagine it'll be a minute before a lot of those that are interested in playing come rolling in. Riley, how's it going? Just speaking of which, I don't know if you have any interest in playing. I think I'll still jump into it, because, if you do have an interest, I imagine you gotta take the time to download it and everything, so. I think I'm gonna try and wake myself up by, I did not update the schedule correctly. I have, the schedule listed as question marks, because I don't know exactly how this week's gonna pan out. It's gonna depend on how Coromon goes on Sunday and Monday, and perhaps Tuesday if we need it. I really want to focus in on doing that, and then I'm thinking, I think I mentioned this last night, I'm thinking about taking a little bit of time off. I don't know how much, and I don't know when. I haven't figured that part out yet. Oh, okay. How do you use these? There we go. So fast. There's nothing up here, so this was a mistake. Nice. Well, like video games are hard. This first round, it wasn't that big of a deal. This guy doesn't seem to understand what he's supposed to do at all. I'm surprised it went as well as it did, considering I got lost with that first spring for the first, like, 30 seconds. Yeah, he seemed completely clueless. Was this one of those shows that has less people in it? That's unfortunate. I'm not as big of a fan of those. Anyway, like I was saying, Riley, if you are currently eligible to hop in. Is it only this stage? I guess that makes sense. I imagine you are fully and totally addicted to Mario Kart right now, though, so... Yep, there it is. I don't know how long I want to wait for more to potentially spawn. Oh, but now you need more rings. Alright. Ow. No problem. It's like the second one, man, people do not seem to, like, comprehend what they're supposed to be doing here. Either that or they're getting stuck on that top part that doesn't have the things that make you go fast. And if you miss rings like that, you kind of can't go back for them. Unfortunate that this isn't, like, Sonic music of some kind, though. Yeah, it's gonna take me a while to pull myself out of it tonight, I think. If it wasn't for the fact that it was members' night, I probably would have been like, nah, I'm taking off tonight. But I knew delaying it would have been like, well, then where are we gonna put it? You know what I mean? Nano, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Blue, how's it going? Let me know if you want to hop in. I think what I'll probably do is, I mean, you have an emerald right now anyway, but I think when it comes to mods, is like, it'll be open to mods, but I'll probably have to, like, ask them to leave for members, if it comes down to it. It probably won't come down to it if I had to guess, though. But right now, I'm just flying solo, so if you want to hop in, you are welcome to. And as I was saying, right as I booted up, I slept like shit. I feel like I didn't sleep. That's how poorly I slept. So I'm a bit of a zombie right now. Love to see it. Great start. 50 rings makes sense. This isn't working as well as it has on previous rounds, but I'm still just gonna run with it. Oh god. Wow, someone got 50 already? Holy shit. They were flying. Look at this fucking... I dislike that victory animation. Takes too damn long. Hey guy, how's it going? Yeah, I had a bunch of weird dreams. I wouldn't say that they were nightmares, but it was a bunch of weird shit, and nothing even, like, fun enough to be like, oh yeah, here's the thing, get a load of this. But I think that was it. I think it's that kept waking me. It was not very hot today, but it was very humid. So I just kept waking up like drenched in sweat and like fucking feeling like I hadn't drank anything in like the last 4 days, and And then, yeah, I just had a hard time getting back to sleep. I think I woke up around 5, which is about, like, 2 or 3 hours earlier than I would ordinarily wake up. And I should have just stayed up, because I could feel that I wasn't going to get back to sleep very easily. So I probably should have just kept myself up at that point. Oh my god, the memes here. You're too slow. I'm out of here. Knock, knock. I'll do my best and get a load of this. These should be easy to do. Okay, Blue, no rush. Guy, I imagine you're still on your way home, but you're of course welcome to jump in as soon as you are. Volpe, how's it going? Thunderbird, how's it going? He was, but he had it gifted to him. Was it not out on Blu-ray and DVD? Came out on digital like 4 months ago. Why'd they wait so long? That's strange. I assumed it came out at the same time. As per usual, though. Don't have a DVD or a Blu-ray player, so I don't particularly care. I will continue to be happy with my digital purchase, motherfucker. Alright, yeah, let's get this speed run going. This is not good. There's too many people going that way. Get the fuck out of my way, long Heatus, or whatever the fuck your name is. I should have turned around. There was a bunch of rings back there. Did he take all those? You motherfucker. Jesus, I needed one more, and they just kept taking them. Yeah, the Japanese movie title. Is it even out in Japan yet? I remember hearing that, like, the movie did not come out in Japan for, like, several months after it came out here. But yeah, the title was, like... It wasn't just Sonic vs. Knuckles, it was, like, Sonic the Movie 2 Sonic vs. Knuckles, or something like that. I feel like that's a semi-strange culture thing, because I feel like Japanese titles are always, like, significantly longer, whereas English titles are typically a lot more compact. And then sometimes it bleeds over and we get these ridiculous titles like Capcom Arcade Stadium 2nd, and we're like, what the hell? Beg your pardon? This might be good training for those other games that have the dash rings that I'm, like, not good at doing yet. I've still been watching some other guys play Fall Guys, and there's so many games that I haven't seen yet. It's kind of crazy. Motherfucker. It worked out, though. Look at that. Look at all those ranks. Love to see it. I actually don't want to be up here. Oh, that's only the first one has a ramp. Okay. Yeah, sometimes the titles are, like, really strange, too. I think they just like subtitles. Oh no. You can do it, I believe in you. You can't do it. I swear I believed. I think it's just... I don't think it's that weird. I mean, it is weird, but, like, for understandable reasons. It's just different themes and vibes appeal to different audiences in different ways. Or they think they do, I guess, in some cases. Every now and then you see something and I'm like, I don't think they were really connected to their audience very well. I don't think they really had it. This is not going well. There's no way. Okay. I feel like I should have had all of those, but the trajectory was very strange. You hate to see it. Like, I felt like I nailed that, and then they were just like, no, you didn't. Oh, no. Wow, I got destroyed on that one. Look at all these fucking try-hard skins, holy hell. Just got a fucking lot of those done. This one should not take long at all to finish. Which is good, because honestly, The stage is cool, but doing only one stage gets pretty redundant, like, real quick. I think I've only done, like, 2 or 3 rounds, and I'm already like, okay, that's enough, I get it. Give me them kudos. I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. So basically all I gotta do is like get to the final round and pick up a bunch of rings. No problem. Oh, there's actually a ton of rings up there. Holy hell. I did not realize how many there were up here. Very hotly contested, though, so I don't know if I'd necessarily go for it. I forgot that there's SNK characters in this now, too. Don't forget, though, dead game. Like... Never mind that they have a new crossover every, like, 3 weeks. But, you know, dead game. Like, they have more crossovers than fucking Fortnite. But, you know, dead game. I think it's just Terry and Mai. I might be wrong, though. I don't know anything about any of the characters, so I cannot weigh in on that. I think his stupid leg belt is stupid, though. I don't know what it is. One of his designs, he has this dumb belt, like, really low down his costume, which makes it look like how would he even walk, like, ever, without tripping over himself constantly, and I'm not a big fan of that. I know in the new game he doesn't have that, because I specifically remember noting it, and going, oh, that's better. God, that trajectory is very strange. Yeah, several iterations of his design, he has, like, a belt strapped between his knees. It's so stupid. Maybe there's, like, a practical reason for that? Like, because of his fighting style or something, but it looks dumb and impractical. There's almost too many people. There's a Mai right there. There's almost too many people in the final rounds, I think. Like, that's some hot competition. I love how it shows, like, there's no better evidence to this roulette being fake than, like, this mode. Because I think a lot of people used to think that this roulette was like, oh, the one it stops on is the game we're gonna get. It was pretty obvious pretty early on if you paid attention at all that that's not the case, but it's kind of undeniable now. Or should be undeniable to everyone, let's put it that way. God, I do not have a good starting point. Shit. Well, this is bad so far. What? Excuse me. You can time yourself on this route just right, they just like respawn in front of you. Kinda like that, but I was not in a good position to capitalize. Should have pivoted to those faster. No. There's always just one guy that's fucking flying. This has been out for like one day and people are already like sweaty no-lifing it. They know like completely optimal strats. Makes me want to throw up. Ah, fuck. One more and then that'll probably be good. Yeah, it was on the roulette last week. Or the last time we played it, rather. And I think people had data mined it already, because a couple people just blurted it out instead of just being like, oh boy, he's gonna be surprised when he sees that officially confirmed. Why are people anti-surprise? these days. It bothers the hell out of me. Like a week before Mario Kart 8 Wave 2 came out, people had already data mined like half of Wave 3. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why can't we just have surprises and have nice things? That's why I'm always amazed when there's like a Nintendo Direct and there's actually something that nobody knew about. I'm like, holy shit, how did they keep this under wraps? Then every now and then someone will just be like, oh no, we knew about that. They data mined that, and I'm like, okay, fucking gross. I'm glad I pay less attention to social media than you do. I think there was a big Pokemon Scarlet and Violet leak already, which I'm like avoiding like as hard as I can for obvious reasons. Maybe I overvalue surprises, but I think that's part of the fun of streaming is like, oh wow, it was just a bad turn. Is just knowing that the streamer is about to see something and they're going to have like a legitimate reaction to it and like waiting to see what the reaction is. I can't understand why you'd be like, oh, a thing is they're about to see Aerith die. I should probably tell them that Aerith is gonna die because then I get the credit for surprising them, I guess? Is that their logic? I don't know. It's fucked. I hate it. Like, just let people be surprised. Anyway. Hey Casey, how's it going? Yeah, it's kind of topical because I keep seeing, like, every day I'll, either before I go to sleep or when I get up, I jump on YouTube on my phone, and I'm just like, hey, just show me something to watch for, like, 15 minutes. And, like, every day, I've been seeing, like, entire Mario Kart 8 Wave 3 DLC leaked, and I'm just like, fucking, I want to throw up. Like, stop. At least they're being decent and not keeping shit right in the thumbnail, so I haven't actually had anything spoiled, but it's also like, come on. Really? It's months away. And you can't just, like, let people be surprised. It's so unfortunate. Go off the internet for a week. We can't just, like, I'm a streamer. I can't just disconnect from the internet for, like, forever. It's impossible. You just have to, like, tread very lightly. Something that annoys me is I was thinking, I think we talked about this, like, last week. That I came to the realization that I might need a people break. And mostly what I mean by that is I think I should cut myself off from social media. But Twitter is, like, how I stay informed. That's how I watch for, like, news of, like, game, like, announcements and shit. That's how I watch for Fall Guys updates, for Vampire Survivors updates, for, like, just all that stuff. So it's like, how am I gonna keep up with that if I disconnect myself from social media? It is impractical. Really what I want, and they're probably never gonna do this, but I want Twitter to make it that you can disable the trending panel on the side. I think that would help a lot. Because then I could go, like, you know, 2 days without seeing something about Trump, and I think I would just live a happier life. Especially lately, that's all Twitter is. You look at trending and it's just Trump politics, Biden, Trump. It's like, stop. Please. At least cater trending to, like, things I'm interested in. Or let us just turn the panel off. Nicely enough on mobile, you can actually, like, not have to see it, which is pretty helpful. I'm going very slow right now, but I wanted to get those rings. God, they keep spawning in positions that are, like, not convenient. If you, like, haven't done this, this is, like, actually, like, pretty tough to control, is kind of the thing. So if you're wondering, there were rings, like, right next to you, why didn't you pick them up? Because, like, honestly, controlling this is hard. And I probably would have went careening off of the stage if I tried to stop and get them. I don't think it's 80%. Oh, I see what you're saying. That it, like, dominates trending despite the fact that there's not actually that many people talking about it. Yeah, because Twitter has their own fucking agenda, too. That's why they'll never make it that you can just turn off the trending tab, even though it would be an amazing, like, top-tier quality of life improvement. I believe. I don't believe. You don't use Twitter, and you're all the better for it, really. I don't think I would if it wasn't for the fact that it's very easy to follow developers and then just get updates directly from them. I don't have to worry about rumors and shit. I don't have to worry about, like, oh, did you hear about... they're putting Kirby in Mario Kart. I can just be like, okay, I just looked at Twitter and Nintendo didn't say anything about it, so I'm pretty sure you're full of shit. Like, it's just simple, because I can get updates directly from the sources. I think that's the only reason I actually like it. It's very good for that. It's just the actual, like, social media-ness of it is, like, ass. It's not as bad as Facebook, but it's pretty bad. It's not as bad as Facebook is, like, saying anything isn't as bad as cancer, though. It's like, yeah, obviously. It's not saying a whole lot. Oh, Riley downloaded Fall Guys. What? Oh god, that was... I was gifted a jackpot and I, like, squandered it. Ah, shit. Ugh! That was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, that was also a mistake. I started chasing rings that other people were chasing, which was really stupid. I feel like I might have actually had a chance on this lobby if I would have, like, just stuck with what I had working. Use search engines, not Twitter. I think the thing that's really nice is you can really, like, tailor make your activity feed to what you're interested in. Because a lot of people are probably like, well, you like Nintendo stuff, right? Why don't you just follow Nintendo websites? Because they post articles jerking off about Breath of the Wild every fucking week. And it makes me sick. And I don't want to see that shit. So instead I can just follow, like, individual developers to get updates about only their games. It's like... simple. Yay, done. Yo, and since it's upper and lower, I can have both. You'll love to see it. Don't use that. We use it for now. I'm not gonna commit to that long term, I don't think. That was fun. Like I said, though, I think I'm now, like, okay, I'm over that map. Blue, did you get yours figured out? Also, Guy, I don't know what your ETA on being home is. Getting a Twitter account was the worst decision that you've ever made. I wouldn't go that far. I do think not using Facebook anymore is one of the best decisions I've ever made. We'll probably only use it for stream promotion and not much else because of how much you can't stand most of it. Here's my apocalyptic take of the night. I don't think promoting streams on Twitter fucking does anything. Like, unless you already have a massive following that is following you on Twitter exclusively to get updates on when you're live. I've had, like, multiple people tell me, like, oh, you should be really posting on Twitter when you go live. And I'm like, dude, I have 7 followers. Why the fuck would I do that? Like, that's not going to help. I think the only time it would help is if you're, like... I think it works better for indie games, believe it or not. Because if you play Inscription and tweet that you're gonna play it, there's actually a chance that they're going to, like, react positively to that. Like... But if you tweet, I'm playing Breath of the Wild, Nintendo doesn't give a shit. They know you're playing Breath of the Wild. It's the most overrated game ever. Like, they know. That doesn't help. It's not doing anything. Nobody's going on Twitter and going, gee, I wonder who's live playing Breath of the Wild. That does nothing. Does literally nothing. In some instances, should I have tweeted out when I was playing Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit? Probably. Because that developer might have actually been interested in the fact that people were streaming it. At the very least, he might have seen it and gone, oh, cool, somebody's streaming my game. He might not have, like, come to the stream, but he might have just appreciated that it was a thing. So I think there's some cases where it's a good idea, but I think, like, tweeting every day I'm live is, like, not doing anything. Unless you already have a massive following. All it does is fill up your past activity feed with a bunch, just copy-paste tweets of I'm live. No, it's worth saying that I don't know how to use Twitter at all. I just don't think that... It's not... I think it is honestly, again, apocalyptic take. I think it's up there with just stream Fortnite. It's easy. No, it's not that easy. It's very contextual. Okay, so Blue be ready. Not completely sure where Guy is. I have 2 blueberries. You'd love to see it. I guess because I have you on Switch and on Epic? I don't know. I mean, they're the same ones. I can't see there being a difference. Does it show... Oh yeah, I guess I only need to add you on Epic Games if you're not on Switch. That's right. I forgot about that. So I added you because you weren't playing on Switch at the time. But now you are, so now I see you twice. Except now I don't see you at all. So... Just be popular, forehead? Yeah. More or less. Get told to restart your game because you couldn't join? What the fuck? Okay, I guess. If you have 200 followers, I think that's a little bit more reasonable. Because there's a solid chance that a lot of those people are people that watch your streams, right? And they're actually watching it for updates on when you're live. That's, like, a lot more fair. I actually have 121 followers, which is a hell of a lot more than I expected. But I still don't think it's worth it. And maybe this is me being self-critical of myself, but I'm like, there's like 12 people total that watch all of my streams, and I don't think many of them are on Twitter. I think they get their notifications through other means, so I'm just kind of like, why bother? But if you push Twitter more often, it probably makes more sense. I just don't push it. And I'm not picking up a following on Twitter that I can be like, hey, you guys should be coming to streams. At least I don't think I am. I kind of question everything now due to the fact that I have more followers than I thought I did. Does Riley want in here too? I forgot I actually had Casey on here already. You got the same message? I'll reboot. I do know that Fall Guys does this sometimes. It used to do it, like, when it first came out, too. Use the YouTube community thing. See, the problem with... How do you even access that on desktop? I was gonna say, like, I think the community tab is fucking worthless unless you're on mobile, but you're not on mobile. I don't even know how to access the community tabs on desktop. I feel like that could be a significantly better feature if it was not, like, fucking hidden on desktop. But yeah, I just check my activity feed of who's live, really. Or I used to. Now I follow, like, 3 people, of 2 of them stream during the day, so I'm never awake when they're streaming. So now I kind of don't check it at all. Holy shit. Why is it... So, I've been playing some Pokemon Unite lately, too, and that game has a similar problem to this. Why are menus this hard to make? Why did I have to press A, like, 5 times to get this to come up? Because it kept dropping frames. It's a fucking menu, guys. What are you doing? Get it together. Menus, like, need to be snappy and responsive, like, 100% of the time. There's no excuse for that, in my opinion. Like, that should not be a thing. I mostly rely on notifications. Well, I would rely on notifications for YouTube if everyone I followed didn't stream during the day, and I can't ever watch them anyway. Oh, it's amazing. I still follow, like, probably 50 people on YouTube, and I just never watch any of them because they're not making content that I'm compelled to watch. I was actually thinking this morning that I'm probably going to have to unsub from a lot of people when Splatoon 3 comes out, because I think I follow a lot of people who are just going to play nothing but that for, like, 2 months. I would say try it again on PC, Blue, and see if you're still getting the same message, unless you don't have access to your PC right now. You can't use the PC tonight. That sucks. Riley, are you in? Riley hasn't said anything. Yeah, I'd recommend using Discord. Is nice because it's kind of similar to what I was saying. I like about Twitter is you only see what you want to see. It's not like I think some people do consider Discord to be a social media platform because of the fact that it's social, but it's not a social media platform. There are no activity feeds or anything. You only see things you want to see and people you want to see. But if you just don't want to be social, honestly, that's fair. I'm not gonna be like, you must use it. I just don't think it's a thing to be afraid of, I guess is the thing. I'm gonna guess it did the same thing to Blue because she's not in the party yet. There's Riley. Are you in, Riley, or are you, like, trying to learn things first? And I don't know if I said it, Casey. I don't know if you have an interest in playing tonight. It's probably on their end, Blue, honestly. It used to happen, like, in the original release of the game, too. Just some nights it would be like, nah, fuck you. I don't remember who we had that issue with, but I do remember having that issue. I'm having a weird issue lately, and I guess this is a good thing. And kind of makes sense. I guess because YouTube probably fixed their shit. Chat actually updates before Chatbot now. It used to be that Chatbot would update like several seconds before chat did. And I just kind of got used to that, and now chat updates faster. Which is strange, but it's good, because it probably means that chat is better. In general, I've been noticing YouTube being less shit lately, if I'm, without, like, being completely rude. Evident Termite 10? I don't know why your name changed as soon as I invited you. Alright, let me try and invite Blue one more time. Yeah, unfortunately, I am not about to spend money. I think if we were to play it enough that I would get my battle pass to a point where I'd immediately get the money back for buying the battle pass, then I'd probably consider doing it. But, and it's not about, like, refusing to sell money or anything like, or refusing to sell money, refusing to spend money. It's just that I only play the game with, like, you guys. So I'm not playing this in my off time at all, so spending money on it would just be stupid. For me. Although, I also am in a rut of spending too much money on games and should probably not, so maybe that's part of it, too. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and head off. Let me know if that does anything for you, Blue. You don't have any other consoles that you can play it on either, right? Can you believe it's in the 60s tonight? What the hell? No, the Battle Pass gives you, like... I think I added it up and it was like 1,500 or something like that. And since these particular skins are at a discounted price, I'd probably only be able to get one of them, but it would still require playing a lot of the game, and I'm just probably not going to do that. I've been having, like, don't get me wrong, I've been having fun playing it with you guys, but I'm not to a point where I'm, like, off stream, I'm like, I don't know what to do, and then, oh, let's play some Fall Guys. Like, there's 50 other games I'm gonna play first. So, just for me personally, spending money on it would be really stupid. Oh, if you complete the free one, you get some? I doubt I'm gonna complete it. That seems very unlikely. How many levels does it go up to? I think I'm on, like, level 30-something. I highly doubt that I'm gonna complete it. If I were playing it more, then maybe, but like I said, it's like... It's almost exclusively a play with you guys game. Which, by the way, I was thinking about this the other night. I'm not gonna sugarcoat the fact that Mario Golf is kind of troubled right now. Because that last stream, like, just didn't go very well. Everybody bailed really early, so it was like... It just didn't... It was definitely in a state of, I'm probably not gonna stream Mario Golf again. But then I had the idea of, what if we just do what we did that night again, where we'll do 3 hours of Mario Golf and then 3 hours of Fall Guys. That way we can actually do some Fall Guys that isn't members only. And we can still get in a little bit of golf. You'd play it more if you knew people playing it. Yeah, if I, like, followed any streamers that were also playing it, I'd maybe pop in and play it with them. But the only one I know that plays it, whenever they are doing it, like, viewers can play, I'm, like, doing something else. Oh, you hate to see it. No, we're almost out of time. You can do it, Riley. I don't think you can actually do it. That's very little time left. Oh, maybe. Oh, you'll have to see it. Evident termite coming in clutch. That's a good name, honestly. Oh my god, it was loud. What the hell? I'm glad I didn't bother with Multiversus, and it's nothing against Multiversus, it's just I have too many other things to play right now. I found myself in another rut where I was like, I got in on too many like free service style games, where I felt like I had to play them every day, which was just leading to me not having enough time to do anything else. I talked about this a bit yesterday, about how, like, I haven't even played Xenoblade 3 in a while, because whenever I have time to play it, I'm like, yeah, but I only have, like, 2 hours before I need to go to sleep. So if I try to play it now, I'm either not going to get anything done, because 2 hours isn't enough time to do anything, or I'm going to keep myself up way later than I should, because I want to play more. So I'm just going to choose to not play it. But, thankfully, I finished all the Pokemon Unite stuff I wanted. Like, Pokemon Unite I basically only play when they have an event for, like, if you complete the challenges, you'll unlock this Pokemon for free. And they had one for Glaceon, so I was like, yeah, cool, let's do that really quick. And I finished that last night, so now I don't have to feel like I have to play Pokemon Unite once a night, which is nice. And I also put in a bunch of hours on Switch Sports both yesterday and the day before. So I think that will also help. Oh no. So now tonight I won't feel like I have to play either of them. I can just be like, do I feel like playing Monster Hunter or Xenoblade? Okay, cool, let's do it. Don't let the grabassers bother you. Dude, he didn't even try to jump. What are you doing? What are you doing? Primo ketchup. Well, oh man. I feel like you kind of got robbed on that one. That is a problem with speedrunning in general, is if you take a break for a while, that's why de-rusting is such a thing. Because, yeah, you kind of can't just pick it up and be like, yeah, I can still do this. I'm always impressed with, like, Link's Awakening in particular. Whenever I do a Link's Awakening run, after it's been a couple of months and I still remember the route, I'm, like, super proud of myself. Oh, how's the new computer looking, Volpe? Did you look into that more? Forgot that I wanted to ask about that. Just send it. Why are people trying to go that way? Like, are you crazy? He's got the vision, dude. Oh. It might be that way. I don't fully believe, though. Yep, it's that way. Oh god. Oh god. I can't believe I still made it. I was, like, not ready at all. Oh, it's only 4 gigs? That sucks. So it's, like, not much better than your current computer, right? I mean, he's not gonna have the money to upgrade his RAM. Think about what you're saying. The guy's picking up hand-me-down computers. Do you think he's gonna have money to upgrade said hand-me-down computers? No, if he did, he'd just buy a new computer. If anything, you could take the RAM out of your current... Well, if the RAM is compatible, which is kind of not maybe maybe not super likely. But if it is, then you could just stick both sticks of RAM into one computer. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing that unless you know what you're doing. Like, if you're even a little concerned about messing it up, I would recommend not doing it. I forgot that the fan was back there. That's on me. That's on me. I had a moment of, like, why don't I just take this slow and steady? Oh, right, because the fan is back there. Shithead. Way to go. The hard drive's bigger. I think it'd still be useful, I guess. If you're really having that much trouble with it. I guess I'll go ahead and put Guy on here, because I assume he wants to join once he gets home. And I should apologize. It's kind of a trigger for me when people try to offer, like, computer hardware advice online, because it's just assuming that the person they're talking to knows a lot about computer hardware. And I feel like the average person doesn't. Now, maybe Volpe knows a lot more about it than I give him credit for, but it's such a, like, PC master race kind of mentality, where it's like, oh yeah, everybody knows how to do this, right? Like, just do it, forehead. And it's like, no. No rush, Guy. Now, it's slightly better than the supreme PC master race of, mentality of just have a really good computer, forehead. Like, what are you doing with your life? Just spend $3,000 on a good computer. Like, it's simple. It's like that mentality fucking kills me. My bad. I didn't mean to. Hey Theo, how's it going? Use a hammer to fix it, Felix Jr. You just hit it and it'll be fine. Yeah, it's not how life works. I'm guessing you want in, Theo. I thought it said that you booted it up, but I do not yet see you. I think we're gonna go ahead and then you can join in on the next one. That's another thing. Like, computers... It depends on, like, the person. Oh, you loaded in. Because to a lot of people, like, a cheap computer is probably more than enough. And that's another thing that, like, PC Master Racers don't acknowledge. They'll be like, oh, you only have 500 gig hard drive? Like, that's awful. You should spend, like, twice as much money to get a bigger one. It's like, what if they don't need a lot of space? Like, it's simple. If it's good for them, it's good for them. Anyway. Supreme tangent. Don't get me wrong. Full disclosure. I don't know if that makes it better. When someone's going off on an unrelated tangent, and they're like, at least, like, I feel like at least I can acknowledge that I'm on an unrelated tangent, right? Makes it better than me just being delusional and everybody going, what the fuck is he talking about? You know? You know what I mean? Again, your standards are low. Yeah, like, frame rate before all else for me. Like, I'll unironically play a game on, like, 720 on medium settings if it means the frame rate is better. I would rather that than play it on, like, Ultra and have it be running at, like, 12 FPS, like, 100% of the time. Hey, View, how's it going? How was, I was gonna call it Rumble Versus. Rumbleverse? Is that what it's called? How was that today? Okay, Blue. No problem. We will probably be here. Riley, ready up! What are you doing? JMT, how's it going as well? Oh, like the servers are choking a little bit because so many people are trying to play. Yeah, that happens. Happens to Fall Guys and everybody's like, oh, dead game. But, you know, it kind of happens to everything. By the way, View, as someone who grinded like crazy rank in Pokemon Unite, I was playing a bunch of Pokemon Unite this morning. How do you feel about Greedent? The floor is yours. And we might have slightly different experiences here, but I'm curious to hear what your take on him is. The character in Unite, specifically. Because and this is where our experience is going to differ. Let me tell you, AI playing Greedent is the most fucking annoying thing I've ever experienced in any video game. It is so fucking obnoxious. I don't know which attack it is, because I haven't played a lot of him, but they have an attack that, like, stuns you for half a second, and they just, like, they run around you in a circle and just spam it, and just stun you. It is so fucking annoying. It's so funny because, like, the AI still isn't, like, super good, but every now and then there's, like, one Pokemon that they're like, oh no, we're good as hell with this one. It's really weird. Also, why do speedsters have the strongest attack in the game? Like, I think they unironically were like, in our game, they're called speedsters because they do damage the fastest. It's like, well then what does an attacker do? Like, what the hell? Their burst damage is fucking bonkers. I think that's why they haven't added more speedsters ever. Because they were like, we don't need them, they're too strong. Is that right? I don't think they've added a new speedster since the game originally came out. I feel like a lot of the Pokemon are really broken if you build them the right way. Which is, like, kind of fine. I think a character being broken is only bad if only, like, 2 characters are broken. Cough, Super Smash Bros. Melee, cough. Like, that's why that roster is ass, because only, like, 3 or 4 characters are broken as fuck, and everyone else sucks. But if everybody has, like, a splash of broken, it's, like, not really that bad. Was it Guilty Gear or, King of Fighters that had that, where everyone was like, everyone is broken, but since everyone is broken, no one is? Oh my god, the frames. This is unfortunate. I just fell into the fan and became a bloody pulp. Oh, I wanted it. Oh, DNF was the one where they're all broken. Yeah, like, it's kind of fine if they all are. That's kind of the way I see it. It's only infuriating when you're, like, a Jigglypuff fan. No, Jigglypuff was pretty good in Melee. When you're, like, a Kirby fan and you're like, well, I can't play Kirby because he's not one of the 4 characters that's broken out of his mind. Oh! Yeah, Smash 4 in particular, like, all of the DLC characters were broken as hell. Which was funny because I thought default Smash 4 was, like, pretty well balanced. Like, at that point, that was the most balanced the Smash Bros. Roster had ever been. Like, it was in really good shape. And then the DLC characters started coming out, and it's like, oh, never mind. And even Ultimates, like, the crazy thing is, like, a lot of people would maybe look at, like, the tier list for Ultimate and say that the roster is still kind of imbalanced. But from a casual perspective, I think it's pretty well balanced. Compared to Melee and Brawl, where even from a casual perspective, those rosters are terribly balanced. But 4 and Ultimate, like, if you're just playing with your friends, are, like, pretty well balanced, I think. You can pretty much play as anyone, and you're not going to feel like you're just at a disadvantage. Whereas if you play Brawl and pick, like, anyone except Meta Knight, you're gonna be like, oh, this game is ass. And same with Melee, if you're like, I want to play as Link. Oh, well, you're gonna lose. Because he's not good. Okay, well, maybe I'll play as Donkey Kong. Oh, you're gonna lose, because he's not good. Do we all qualify, I think? You'd love to see it. And don't get me wrong, I think balancing video games is, like, fucking difficult. Like, there's no way it's easy. But I also do think... And overall, I'd say, like, as far as the fighting games go, from what I can tell, it looks like they put a better effort into it. Coming from someone who played, like, a decade of World of Warcraft, Blizzard can't balance video games for shit. Like, they do not understand how to balance a competitive video game. They never have, and they probably never will. I think, Volpe, you're confusing Ultimate with whenever a character came out and no one knew how to play against him yet, everyone immediately said, oh, this character's broken. Like, release week, every single DLC character was considered the most broken character in the game, because nobody knew how to play against him yet. If you'd look back at it now, I don't think that's the case. But in Smash 4, like, Cloud and Bayonetta in particular were fucking busted. And if you were to go back and play it, they're still fucking busted. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people tonight that, like, don't know where the jump button is, for sure. This is something else. You'd think they would be accidentally falling through the holes at this point. Like, This guy's a lost cause. He doesn't even know where he is right now. He's not even trying. Like, he's legitimately trolling. He has to be. He's not even trying to jump. He's either trolling or he's 3 years old. And you know what? If he's 3 years old, he's probably having a fucking blast. So, you know, by all means. How's Multiversus in terms of balance? Out of curiosity. I actually don't think... Unite seems to be, like, pretty okay balanced from what I can see. Aside from the fact that I think speedsters do way too much damage. Like, they legitimately were like... When we say speedster, we mean they kill you really fast. And it's like... It's kind of bizarre. A speedster can just jump on you. Even as a tank, they can jump on you and kill you in, like, 4 hits. It's kind of silly. Yeah, more or less. It's just strange, because then, well, what's the benefit of an attacker? You have consistent damage, I guess? What good is consistent damage, though? Well, that went quickly. No rush, guy. We're actually full now, so... Got to sit tight for a minute, anyway. Theo just got outed, though. Well, Multiversus doesn't have to be in a season for us to know how balanced the characters are. That would imply that Smash Brothers channels weren't analyzing the fucking trailers and calling what tier the characters are gonna be. Like... I'm gonna go ahead and bail out before I'm forced to. Like, I guarantee that game has a fucking meta already. Didn't actually somebody say that, like, someone who, like, whoever won at EVO was not using the current meta or something? Which you love to see it. Sorry, Casey, it had to be done. I don't remember who told us that now. You hate to see it. Oh, the save, though? Who do you think you are? I am? Unfortunately, Casey and I both fell on top of each other, so it wasn't great. I was kind of hoping that Casey would fall behind me. Well, the good news is one of us is gonna win. bad news is this is gonna take a minute. My thumb almost slipped and didn't hit the button. That would have been catastrophic. I'm surprised they didn't make some version of this where they shoot fruit at you the whole time. Nice. That was like just us for like a minute and a half, I think. No, the balance isn't that good so far. I mean, I'm sure they're going to be updating that like once a month, so there's always time for that to change. No, that's okay. Oh yeah, I guess I should screenshot that. And we call that a community win. Oh yeah, don't sandbag. Especially since I fucked up like 4 times. Like, I assumed you made a mistake. Or that I just played a... See, now I don't feel like I can count that as a victory. Because I didn't, like, completely earn it. Don't do that shit. Especially since it was, like, a very, like, clean match where none of us were being, like, fuckheads about it either. Well, it still feels like I didn't, like, earn the win. I was kind of, like, proud of myself for a second, and now I'm not, because I'm like, okay, so did I do anything that special? Oops, my bad. I hit, like, every shoulder button by accident. Oh. So it took me a while, but I'm actually feeling okay now that I'm, like, awake. Although I'll probably crash, like, halfway into the stream and start feeling like shit again. No, that's not my headspace. That's not how my brain works. It's a little different if you just, like, knew you didn't have as much floor left. I still could have made a mistake, though, and you still could have won. Yeah, the way you phrased it made it sound like you were like, it's been 30 seconds and I'm sick of this, so I'm just gonna give you the win. So if anything, you just phrased it incorrectly. Especially, we're not doing it tonight, but if I ever go back to the I'm going to gift memberships for like every 5 wins I get or something like that, then we really, which in that case, if we were doing that, we'd be counting community, like you winning still would have counted towards that, I guess. But still, I did not get any height on that. What the hell? But it has to be, like, legitimately earned if we start doing that again. Ooh, that was a little too early. I thought those went slower than, or faster than that, actually. This is beautiful as long as no one fucks with us. I hate this part. Ugh! I hate this part. No. Okay. Get me the hell off of this crazy thing. Boing. Oh, that almost sucked. No, Volpe. I haven't seen them go up in a while. I would have, like, 100% bought one right now if they were. Nice. Evident termite. By the way, View, I think we're gonna have a little trade. I was thinking about it this morning. I think the next weapon I pick up in Monster Hunter is gonna be Sleep Hammer. Now that there's actually endgame Sleep Hammers, I think it's time that I do the Asura Proud. I've been wanting to for so long. It's just the one in Rise was like, oh, you want to have a Sleep Hammer build? Well, here's one that's rare 4. Have fun. Party Promenade? I don't think I'm familiar with this one. I'd also kind of like to go Sleep Greatsword. But if I recall correctly, the Sleep Greatswords look stupid, so... The Somnacanth Hammer I actually don't think looks that bad, though. I haven't even learned, like, the new hammer switch skills or anything yet, so... I don't know if I'm gonna try and do that before the next stream or what. What is this hamster maze of a stage? Whee! Oh. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Water balloons? Okay. Where the hell? Oh no! Oh, I don't think I like this. Nope. So here's the thing, you just let go of grab, you don't press jump. That's what I tried to do, was just press jump. That is not the way. Whee! Yeah, I haven't, like I said, I haven't seen the N64 controllers in stock for, like... The one news site I follow will usually have an article that is, like, they're back in stock, and then 5 seconds later, JK, they're sold out. So I can tell when I missed it, at least, and I haven't seen that in a really long time, so I don't think they've restocked them in a while. Why have they not taken tail tag out of the game? What's wrong with you? At least, like, rename it to, like, the Fun Killer or something. I mean, it's slightly better than whatever the final variation is. That I forget the name of. I think Team Tail Tag is the only one that I'm like, this is kind of fun. I can tolerate this. Oh god. Oh no. Okay. That was like... He wasn't even trying to grab me, he was just running around with his arms out. And it worked out in his favor. Okay, that's fair. Okay, this is ass, and I hate it. I don't even care about getting your tail, I just wanted to spook you off of the wall. Get that meta pry hard bullshit out of here. Ow. Oh, this sucks. This is ass. Oh yeah, it's gone. It's so gone. I still think that they should have added, like, a halo around the characters when they have a tail. Like, if they're... Look at this fucking sweaty tryhard. God, you probably play Waluigi in Mario Kart, too. God, that shit makes me want to fucking throw up. That's so disgusting. Like, at that point in time, I was like, I don't even care about winning this game anymore. Like, I don't want to be in the same game with this person. Which, is that childish? Yeah. But they really make me want to fucking throw up. Not allowed to just have something where people can have fun. We gotta make it, gotta develop a fucking meta. I get it if it's like at least a game that is a competition. And I mean this is by definition, but what I mean is like there are competitions for it. You know what I mean? There aren't like Fall Guys World Cup finals. You know what I mean? There's not, like, professional tournaments with money on the line. When money's on the line, I get it. You gotta do what you gotta do. But this is just a game where people are trying to have fun. Maybe there are tournaments, I don't know. I don't think there are, though. Is anyone else in it, or is it just Casey? Just Casey at this point. I like the opportunity to actually look at the stuff in the background. Don't usually get the opportunity to do that. Man, this lobby's sweaty. That took forever. For 5 eliminations. Like, and again, I'm admitting that, like, this is a me problem, but it's like, it's sad that, like, seeing people play like that is more demoralizing than outright losing the game for me. Like, losing doesn't do anything. I'm just kind of like, whatever, put me back in. But seeing shit like that makes me be like, ugh. All right, Guy. I think KC said this is his last game, so you can hop in after this. I don't know if anyone else wants to get in queue. I think Blue is the only other active member at the moment. But she said she has to recharge everything, and also it's not letting us let her join for some reason. Oh, it was the sweaty Master Chief, asshole. Now I really want to throw up. Hey, I actually got some kudos from something neat. I got some kudos from that too. You love to see it. Yo, Among Us? Among Us skin? Memes? No problem, Casey. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, right. I need to do the inviting. Oh, duh. As soon as Guy is on, that is. Who else bailed? Oh, did Theo step out too? I think. That is the case. View, if you are interested in playing. Because I am having it open to mods as well. I don't think it's really an issue right now, Theo, but if you just want to play something else, that's fine too. Because I think only Guy is waiting to play. I should maybe, like, start to question... I guess technically we can bring JMT in. I forgot that his other account has that emerald. I completely forgot about that. Assuming you weren't already in a match. And hopefully it doesn't give us more issues about inviting people like it did with Blue. Yeah, like, I've mentioned a couple times, both last time and I think I mentioned it already tonight too, where, like, I'm certainly not playing this on my off time. I think it works as a community game and is fun as a community game, but I don't sit around off stream going, man, I could really go for some Fall Guys right now. Were you already, were you already in a match, JMT? Should we go ahead and we'll get you on the next one? Did you get the invite? No, you're in here, guy. Or are you behind on the stream? Sounds like you might be behind a little bit. Man, that's something they gotta get worked out. That invites sometimes just get lost in the void still. Or just give you that error message that Blue is getting. I'm sure it's not as easy as just fixing it, but that should be like a pretty high priority, in my opinion. You might have to reboot then, if you're not getting the invites. We'll go ahead and do a round, and then we'll get you on the next one. Excuse me. Hey, I actually have one membership gifting now. Nice. I think I just checked it last night and I didn't have it yet, but I do in fact have it now. That maybe changes things a little bit. Maybe I can retool it and say just like, if we get like 5 collective wins or something, then I'll gift 1. That doesn't sound too unreasonable. I'll have to keep thinking about that a little bit. Yeah, Volpe, they added the ability to gift only 1 gift membership at a time. Like, a week or a week and a half ago, like a while ago. But for whatever reason, I wasn't able to access it. It was still making me do them in 5s. Oh, that's unfortunate. And yet, somehow I didn't fall. But I have them now, so yay. Yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go, as they say. Fucking gnat. Is that the same one from last night? No, I killed that one. So it's just another one. Bastard. At least there, knock wood, haven't been any fly issues. Like, I think I saw 1 fly last night, and I lost track of it, so, like, I never had to kill it. I hate everything. Whee! Oh, I think I was gonna make it. Love me. Love me. I'm pretty sure I need hugs. Might as well grab a couple. I think I can deal with that. I think the chance of us getting 5 wins is, like, manageable, but isn't gonna be free. I think I could do that. Only on these member nights, probably. Is Riley still here? There's Guy. I didn't see Riley. And like I was saying earlier, since I think Mario Golf is kind of, like, fading by now, I think from now on, unless I just decide not to do this because of the fact that there's other games I want to play, if I do more Mario Golf streams, I think they're going to be like, we'll do 3 hours of Mario Golf and then 3 hours of Fall Guys, which won't be members only. Even if I do that, it's not going to be for like 2 weeks, but it was something I was tossing around the idea of. I don't want to completely toss out Mario Golf, but I think it's definitely at a point where, like, us doing 6 hours of it is just unlikely. Unless they actually, like, give us an update, which I have no hope of, don't get me wrong. That's, I hope they do it, but I think the chances of them doing it is, like, 1%. Probably less than 1%. They'd rather give fucking Splatoon 2 years of updates. Am I salty about that? A little bit, yeah. Mario Golf got, like, barely anything. Got, like, low-budget content, and Splatoon was like, oh yeah, 2 years of content updates. Okay. I get it, it's a big selling game, don't get me wrong, but, like, honestly, I think the Mario sports games tend to sell pretty well, too. At least I thought they did. Maybe I'm wrong. What? I got robbed. There we go. First try. Oh, because you had the music turned off. Yeah, I could see, like... I could see this game's soundtrack either... I could see people, like, either not liking it entirely, or if you play a lot of it, that you'll get sick of it after a while, for sure. Like, it doesn't bother me, but if we were playing a lot of it, I'd probably be like, I want to listen to something else. It's got a nice vibe, I think. But it also has a hint of, like... makes you feel like it's gonna give you diabetes. So it's... like, I get it. So, can you even still see, like, normal Block Party, or is it always this shit now? This is bad. Okay, fine. I mean, I like it, don't get me wrong. I'm just curious, can you, like, still see the normal one, or is it always... did they just upgrade it and say, nah, try harder? Which I do think this was one of the games that people were like, this is too easy, so it kind of needed it. It's a bit more of a spectacle now, too. It's just like, entertaining to watch the blocks come up the way they do. Maybe not entertaining, satisfying. Yo, 5 people got taken out. What the hell? Oh, I didn't realize I was that close to the end. I got taken out. What the hell? Are there only 3 people left? That doesn't bode well, because it means that their final is probably gonna be tail tag. That's vicious. I like it, though. I think it's an improvement. I do think the original version was too easy. Yeah, there's 3 of them. I'm gonna get out of here before we... I don't necessarily care that much what their final game is. Are you still in a round, JMT, or should I try sending an invite again? Yeah, that happened not in that game, but the last members night. It happened to Guy. We had that one with the rhino in the middle, and he was the last person standing, and I mistakenly thought it was the final and I wasn't paying attention, but I think it's just that everybody got eliminated. Do I want these? I don't think so. I think I'm gonna just save kudos for this week. And people always do that on that course. Because they know they can. It doesn't bother me enough due to the fact that it's really satisfying to watch them do it and have bad timing and get eliminated. Like, watching them screw up and cost themselves the match is, like, really satisfying. There's no better vengeance against meta heads. You were in one, but you got eliminated. No, not... Did I just accidentally disband the team? Was there not a confirmation dialogue on that? Because there should be. What the hell? Alright, well, let's try this again. My bad. I think I menued too far down and hit disband, and for whatever reason there wasn't a "are you sure" option. There was just a "okay. Consider it disbanded." God, why is this menu so laggy? God, do better. Like, that's just something I find to be completely unforgivable. Looks like JMT still is not getting the invites. Yeah, I menued one too far down and hit leave party. And they didn't... There's no confirmation dialogue. Oh no, JMT's here. Alright, we're just waiting on Riley then. Which I will resend the invite if I have to. Oh, did you have to, like, bring up the party menu or something? That's weird. Yeah, this game's interface could definitely stand to be better. And who knows, maybe if I start pursuing coding a little bit, which is something I've been thinking about over the last couple months, maybe if I start pursuing that a lot, I'm gonna be like, oh, it's actually really hard to optimize a menu, but I feel like it shouldn't be. And like I said, Pokemon Unite has the same issue. Like, you click a button on the interface and it takes like 10 full seconds to load. It's like, what the hell? That should not be a thing. That's not an OS by any stretch of the imagination. OS isn't the right word, but you know what I mean. I guess it's kind of technically an operating system. I'm gonna go ahead and invite Riley again. I don't know if I have to, but I'm going to. Because I'm impatient. I can't help it, I'm sorry. I'm allergic to dead air. Oh. There he is. I mean, yeah, that's exactly it. I honestly, you don't have to know a lot about coding to understand that. Basically, what's happening is every time you're switching to a different menu, it's having to load all of that stuff from scratch. You should just load it all in. It's just a bunch of graphics. It's not going to take up that much space. Something I find really, really interesting about... I would assume a lot of fighting games do this, but Smash Brothers is where I really noticed this. Because Smash Brothers is where I started playing random. If you play random, the game takes longer to load, because it doesn't know which assets to load in advance. If you pick your character, as soon as you pick Mario, the game goes, we're going to start loading Mario's assets. Even if you're not going to come into this match for another 5 minutes, the assets are ready. That way, while you're setting up the rest of the match, it's already loading the stuff in that you need. That's fucking smart. And again, I'd assume a lot of fighting games probably do that. So the problem here is when this game, like, loads up, they're only loading that first screen. And then they have to load everything else as you decide to menu to it, which is why the menu's so fucking laggy. Which is just... why would you do that? That seems like such an impractical way of doing things. I hate you. I guess they figure if... between matches, the chance of a player going to, like, the shop or whatever is pretty slim. So why load it in advance? But it's like, it can't take that long to load, is kind of the thing. So it's, why not? Just do it. Now, the shop I understand because it has to, like, contact the server and everything, but everything else should be, like, preloaded on our side, on client side. There just has to be a better... And I know that there's a better way to optimize it, because other games are better about it. It's kind of the thing. You think you're gonna see that shit in Splatoon 3 when it comes out? Where if you, like, go into one of the shops to... browse items, that it's gonna have to load every item individually? Hell no! It's probably gonna load up as soon as you hit Splatopolis, or whatever the new city's called. Splatlantis. Dude, is there a Splatlantis? That's a really good name. And realistically, they probably look at it as not a priority, which is fair. The amount of players that are bothered by the menu being that slow is probably very slim. I think it looks tremendously unprofessional, but I am probably in the minority, so there are probably more important things that they need to be working on, which is completely fair. That's unfortunate. You were right there. I think it's just that, like, as I play more and more video games, I just start to see, like... And I think I mentioned this yesterday, I'm very, like, quality of life pilled these days. And there are so many games that come up with great quality of life ideas that I'm like, why don't all games do this? For example, like... I pointed it out in this game. When you're playing in a squad, there's like this big Fall Guy plate icon above your squad mates' heads so you can keep track of where they are. Why is that not here in a normal game? Why is it just a teeny little pink arrow above JMT's head that I can barely keep track of? That should always be there. How did somebody get eliminated already? What the hell? And before I immediately get eliminated. Oh god. No, not like this. No, please. Help. Not like this. Well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Did JMT crash too? You hate to see it. Well, that seems like a decent opportunity to take a break. I hadn't realized 2 hours had passed already. Stuff like that always scares me because my mind immediately is like, what went wrong where, right? Was it just the game that crashed? Was it the Switch? Is there something wrong with my Switch? Was it the capture card? Is there something wrong with my capture card? Etc., etc., etc. Okay, so everybody's clear for a new round. I think we will take a quick break before we jump into another one, though. While the menu takes the next 5 years to load. It seems like a good opportunity to do exactly that. Instead of me getting frustrated at trying to invite people and the menu taking 5 seconds to load every time I press a button. So, I'll be back in a minute. No, it wasn't. It was just the game crashing. But, like, if it was the capture card, it probably would have just went black. Like, yeah, that's true. But, anyway. It won't be long. I'll be back in a minute, and I'll invite everybody again. We can get going. You know what? I'm gonna be stupid and try to invite everybody this way, because it's gonna be smoother if it actually works. I know when we tried this last week, I tried to invite... Or not last week, last time we did this. I tried to just do it through this, and it, like, just wasn't working. But doing it through the party menu is obnoxious, because you have to, like, go into the party menu, come over here, which just sends you here anyway, send the invite, and then exit out, go back to the party menu, have it send you over here, send the invite. It's just impractical. Looks like it's working? Yeah, like, it's really important for open world games for obvious reasons, because the whole idea of I think half of the appeal. I don't think people would admit this, but I think half of the appeal of open world games is there's no loading screens. So you really want to make sure the game doesn't, like, hitch at any point. Which is why, like, if you ever watch a Breath of the Wild speedrun, when they do that shit where they launch themselves across the map, the game just, like, chokes, because it's being forced to load things faster than it is optimized to do. I would assume it's like... I would assume that there's like a bubble around the character, like a giant bubble, and whenever anything enters into that bubble, it starts to load. And the bubble has to be pretty big so that by the time you get there, it's been or by the time it's in sight, it has been loaded. Yeah, and I think that's something really interesting about, like, the Wii generation and before that, especially with Nintendo's games, is that they would often come up with very clever shortcuts for, like, to cut back on things that needed to be loaded. And, like, have you ever seen those videos where they unlock the camera in Smash Brothers and rotate it in a way where you're not supposed to be able to rotate it? And you can see, like, that it's like an IMAX movie theater, where it's like, it's just a half of a dome with the stage in it. Everything beyond, like, on your half is like, there's nothing there. Because why would you put stuff there to load it in when you're not gonna see it anyway? And then you'll often see that the stages are just like 3 bitmaps layered on top of each other. But they're done in a way that you can't really tell that it is. And it's like, that's how you optimize games. You find shortcuts like that and then you cover them up, like, very well so that nobody can notice. Riley, don't be afraid to let me know if, like, the invite's just not going through or anything. Or if you just have to hop up and take a quick break. If you want a quick break and want to step out for a round, we can just go ahead without you too. And it's kind of a stream thing too, right? With our layouts. That's pretty similar. Like, we have to optimize our layouts because if OBS has too much shit going on, then it just starts to suck up more resources. Which is why over the years I've gone from, like, a layout that's in, like, 24 pieces to a layout that's in, like, 2 pieces. I've just found little shortcuts here and there that just make it a little smoother. Like, that actually loads really fast. That one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. The Battle Pass takes forever. That was like 3 seconds. That's longer than it should take. The shop, at least, is like you have the little thing, so you know it's doing something. I think what agitates me is when you menu to something and the game just locks for like 3 seconds. That's when it's just kind of like, really? That's the best you got, huh? I think we'll go ahead and we'll just pick up Riley on the next one. Oh, is YouTube chat being weird? Figures. I was just saying earlier about how it feels like YouTube's actually, like, behaving lately. I've noticed that, like, the algorithm seems to actually be functioning recently. It happens, I guess. I think the frustrating thing, but I'm starting to, like, come to terms with it, is, like, I can't do anything about it, but I feel bad because it's still hindering your experience here, right? But there's nothing I can do to fix YouTube's problems, like, at all. But I'm not content to just be like, oh, it's not my problem, so... You know what I mean? I'd like to take more responsibility for stuff like that. If I can. That was a really bad start. This is ass. Okay. You gotta be kidding me. But I did learn you can do this to get back on the top path. Oh god. Oh, I didn't know that was there. I think I was gonna make it. I think my heart just stopped for a second. Oh no. Oh no, JMT. What happened? I'm guessing that was, you fell off and you saw there were already 40 people completed and you were like, it's not worth it. Oh, did you not make it either, guy? That course is hard, honestly. It's not easy. Do you use, like, a third-party controller, right? You should probably just get, like, a different one. It sounds like it does that a lot. I've actually had that problem with the Switch controller, but only when I use it on PC. Whenever I try to use it on Steam, it does that, like, all the fucking time. Where it'll just, like, randomly turn itself off for no reason. Which is part of why I don't use it on PC anymore. Which I would prefer to. Honestly, the more I use the PS4 controller, the more I dislike it. And I think that honestly might be a part of why I don't care to, like, hook the PS4 up and use it for anything, because I just don't like the controller. One of these days, I'm just gonna get a a Series S probably, and then I'll just start using that controller for everything. This game is agony sometimes, because it's like, it's not that difficult, but it's an endurance test for sure. And the longer it lasts, the more my anxiety climbs. I kind of understand why people started turning into grabby assholes, because you gotta do something to move the match along. That fucking Among Us just fell off after being a grabby asshole. I feel so good right now. I'm alive. So this is what living feels like. Oh, that's right, you're on PC. Never mind. You do have that problem on Switch pretty often, though, don't you? What was I gonna say? Oh, I was saying earlier about, like, I haven't even had time to play Xenoblade lately because of all the other stuff that's been going on. Hopefully, I do not have plans the rest of tonight after the stream, and I don't have plans tomorrow. So, I'm hoping to put in a nice chunk of gameplay over this weekend. Ow. Oh, okay. A minor issue, a very, 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 very minor issue I'm having with Xenoblade, and this is more of an issue that, it's like a me issue, is that it feels like momentum-based. And what I mean by that is after not playing it for a couple of days, I have a hard time getting back into it. Because I've, like, lost all of my momentum. I was gonna say, this isn't the final round, is it? Because this is gonna take an eternity. Yeah, I really like it. The only issues I've had with it are, like, very minor quality of life things. Like the fact that the, like, quest log, all of the quests are at, like, levels that don't really make sense sometimes. I'm pretty sure at my point in the story I'm fighting stuff that's in, like, mid to high 30s as far as level goes, but my main quest is, like, level 24. I'm like, what the hell? That's... If I was 24, I'd be getting murdered right now. Like, what are you talking about? So it's, like, little things like that where I'm like, that could be better. The fact that you can't, when you bring the map up, you can only look at your current region. You can't, like, look at other regions. Is, like, kind of annoying. Because sometimes I want to look at other regions and be like, is there a quest here? And I'm just like, I have to go to the region to, like, see it. Which is a hassle, because I've been through, like, 5 or 6 regions now. So I have to, like, fast travel to the loading zone, hit the loading zone, and then look for what I need in that area, and then fast travel to the next loading zone, and it's just kind of, like, tedious. But I also suspect that one's gonna be fixed eventually. Like, I think eventually I'm gonna have, like, better fast travel. And they're gonna be like, okay, you can fast travel between regions now. It's just early in the game they don't want you doing that. But maybe not. But it's all, like, little things like that I'm like, this could be better. But I think I mentioned the accessory system is, like... They just drown you in accessories. You get so many... And I feel like there should be a system where you can, like, throw them in a grinder and, like, merge 5 of them together into one better one or something like that to, like, craft better accessories. That's not a quality of life thing, that's outright a mechanic thing, I guess, but... It's tough because it's, like... I feel like I can't really talk about what I do like about it, because I don't want to reveal too much to you. I like the story. The story's maybe a little predictable, like, most of what's happened in the story I've seen coming pretty far away. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, it's still enjoyable. Oh god, this is anti-gravity hexagon? What the fuck? I like the story, I really like the characters, I like the gameplay. I like the graphics. I think it's really it's a really pretty game. I think it is a game that a lot of people could look at screenshots of and say, there's no way that's a Switch game. And I feel like more people should be talking about the fact that it, like, looks that good, you know what I mean? Like, anyone who says something about the Switch being underpowered should be shown screenshots of Xenoblade 3, basically. I mean, there's other games that fit that bill too, but it's just, the game looks very good. I don't like this. I thought I fucked that guy up. Yeah, I don't even want to, like, comment on the combat too much, because I don't know if there's mechanics in the combat that maybe you don't know exist. So I don't want to, like, spoil them. Does that make sense? I guess probably the most major of my minor complaints is that the AI is stupid. And in a game where it's like, you have, like, tanking and healing roles and stuff, like, you kind of want your AI to be able to get their fucking jobs done, and sometimes they can't. They're just kind of like, oh, you needed to be healed? I'm sorry, I was, like, doing something else. Ah, I'm dead. That's unfortunate. I didn't like that. I didn't think that was fun, if I'm being honest. That was just kind of slow and boring. It was like, we're all dying, except it's gonna take forever. I don't approve of that one. And it kind of takes all of, like, what I like about Hexagon out of Hexagon. Which is kind of a shame. That's a lot of experience points, though. You love to see it. That's a lot of experience. Yo, melon slices? I don't hate it. Why is all this shit locked, dude? It feels so bad. They just destroy it with spinach. Hey, Scarlett. And Brad, how's it going? Yeah, fairly often in, like, more challenging battles in Xenoblade, I'll be, like, tanking or attacking, and I'll just be like, alright, I'm at, like, 10% health. That's fine. One of my healers should get to that. And then, like, 3 minutes later, I die, and I'm like, where was my fucking heal, dude? What were you doing? Like, you never even thought? Like, I guess they just assume that you're supposed to switch to the healer and do it yourself, but I'm like, I don't know. They should be able to handle it to some degree, I think. For the most part, it's fine, but I think my concern is I'm, like, preemptively upset, because I feel like there's gonna be battles very late in the game that are going to be difficult solely because the AI is bad. And you can't tank, heal, and do DPS all at once. Like, even when you can switch between all of the characters at any time, you can't literally perform 3 roles at once. So you have to depend on them to do at least some of it on their own. And I'm worried that there's going to be battles that are going to be like, this is impossible, I need, like, 4 hands to be able to do this. Now, part of that is I am being obsessive with Never mind, I'm not going to comment on that. Because again, I don't want to comment on stuff that Volpe might not know is, like, a part of the gameplay mechanic, you know what I mean? And I don't know what the other 2 games were like, so I don't know if it's stuff that's been in other games. Even saying, like, the tank heal DPS roll thing is, like, maybe already saying too much. Now, see, I've thought about that, Scarlet, because what Xenoblade could use is a slow-motion system like Final Fantasy VII Remake has. So when you're switching between characters, it goes into slow motion, and you have a little bit more time to, like, process what you're doing, but it's all in real time. So switching between characters is, like, not very fluid. Fluid? Whatever. That and the hotkey for it is, like... I think you have to hold ZL... Oh, that was a taunt. I think you have to hold ZL and then use L and R to toggle between characters. So you have to play it like this, with 4 fingers on top of the controller, so that you can hit all of those buttons at the same time, and it's just... it's not great. I feel like it could have been a little bit better. But it hasn't felt terribly necessary so far, so I'm kind of fine with it. But yeah, 7 Remake had that really great thing where you could, like, go into slow motion, and it gave you... it basically allowed you to think faster. Because you weren't getting overwhelmed by the enemy just destroying you with spinach while you're trying to decide what your strategy is. And that was... it looked really cool, too, which helped. I've often found myself being like, when you hold the button to switch party members, it should go into slow motion, so that you can kind of think about it. Especially because, like, with 6 party members, you have to, like, shuffle between them, right? If you're controlling Noah and you have to switch to Tyon, you have to switch between 3 characters. And then you have to be careful not to over-menu and accidentally go all the way to Lance, because then that's going to cause other problems. So, like, that could be a little bit better, but it's not enough where I'm like... the game hasn't done anything that's made me say, like, this is outright hurting my experience. It's just minor quality of life stuff. I'm still having a great time. I will probably name it my game of the year. That was a terrible idea. I shouldn't have even tried it. And I think a lot of it... and hopefully this isn't saying too much, but... and I think all of the games are written like this, so maybe it's not saying too much. I'm just gonna have to apologize in advance in case it is saying too much, but the game's, like, theme deals a lot with, like, life and death, and, like, appreciating life, and understanding death, and it's, as someone who's hitting their late 30s, it's just hitting me at the right time. So it's actually, like, kind of emotional. Because they basically don't have, like, a proper respect for life or death, and they're kind of, like, learning that. I actually compared it to Fire Emblem Warriors a little bit as, like, opposites. Because Fire Emblem Warriors I've criticized for... they're at war, it's just a bunch of people backstabbing each other and being shitty to each other because they're at war. And it's not terribly compelling to me. Xenoblade's the exact opposite, because they're at war, but they're all good people who are just trying to do the right thing. And it makes it a lot more compelling. And was gonna say satisfying, but I don't think that's the right word. But it's like the same kind of thing as Fire Emblem Warriors, except it works better because they're not all just backstabbing each other at their first chance. Because it gives them a tactical advantage. And I think that's part of why it was easy for me to say, like, okay, Coromon or Fire Emblem, I'm gonna sacrifice one to finish the other sooner. And it was like, it's gonna be Coromon, like, no-brainer. Because Fire Emblems, I'm enjoying the gameplay a lot, I think the characters are really cool. I don't find the plot very interesting. I was right there, dude. And most of the Warriors games don't have terribly interesting plots, but similar to Three Houses, Three Hopes is really, like, insisting upon itself. It's not letting you ignore the plot. It's just like, hey, you ready for another, like, 11 minutes of dialogue? Like, every 45 minutes. Like, it's just, it's a little much. Mega Man 2 is my game of the never. Even in the year it came out, it was not my game of the year. I don't even know what other games came out that year, but I'm pretty sure there were better games that came out that year. I'm gonna write a game about a bunch of bad people trying to do the right thing, and they all have a different idea of what that is, but they're all also sincere about it. So you mean Guardians of the Galaxy? More or less? Oh, we're all eliminated. Let's get the fuck out of here. Dragon Quest XI was pretty similar, too. Like, there was bad shit happening, but all of the characters are, like, good people, just trying to do the right thing, and just help people. I think that's another thing that's bad about Final Fantasy XIII, is it's like, it's a bunch of people in a bad situation, but they're all kind of assholes. And they're, like, unlikable. You don't think the Guardians are bad people? I don't know, I think they're kind of anti-heroes. I mean, they're not, like, bad people, but they're kind of, like, mischievous. But at the end of the day, they're trying to, like, do the right thing. I think we'll go ahead and do another one, and we'll re-invite JMT after this. Hey, Riley's in the spiked armlet squad. In that, I think people need to die for the world to improve, and you're willing to make it happen, sort of. So, like the Punisher, I guess. Except a whole bunch of Punishers. It's like 4 or 5 Punishers. Because, yeah, the Guardians aren't like that. Yeah, you're right. They're more of bad people in that they, like, steal stuff. But they don't, like, just go around, like, murdering people just for the hell of it. No, I kind of get you. I understand what you were saying with, like, this is the sort of thing I want to try to make. And I think that can be a very compelling story, too, if you take a person that's, like, bad, but they're trying to learn to be better. And that was maybe, again, what I didn't like about Final Fantasy XIII, is, like, the people were just kind of all assholes, and they didn't really, like, grow from it, from what I remember. They're just kind of unlikable. They don't have massive character arcs where it's like, oh, you're actually likable now. Because you, like, learned to stop being an unlikable dick. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Okay, we're fine. This is fine. Yeah, Snow and Hope. Whenever anyone's like, Snow, stop acting like an asshole, he's just like, haha, thumbs up, I got this. Don't you worry. Everything's fine. And he just refuses to take responsibility for anything. Then meanwhile, Hope is like, you know, my mom died, and it's like, okay, I feel for you on that, but he's also like, I'm blaming Snow because he failed to save her. And I'm just gonna carry around a knife for the entire game and be like, I'm gonna stab him one of these days. Not today, though. But one of these days. Is what I have to say about Final Fantasy XIII's character writing. View knows. View knows. Lightning's the... Well, it's worth pointing out time and time again that Saz is likable because he's not an asshole. He's like the only one of the group that isn't an asshole. Lightning is a likable dick because she says what you're thinking as the player, and it's very relatable. And I'm trying to remember, there was another game where we had that happen, and I was like, I like this. I have a soft spot for when the game is spewing bullshit at you, and you're sitting there going, this is bullshit, and then the main character goes, this is bullshit. And you're like, yeah, see, they get me. And that's Lightning. You're sitting there going, none of this makes any goddamn sense, and is fucking stupid. Why would Nomura write this? And then Lightning goes, none of this makes any goddamn sense, why would Nomura write this? And you're like, see? She gets me. So I wouldn't say she's likable, but she's relatable. Because she's just wrapped up in some bullshit she does really not want to be wrapped up in. And it's like, okay, I get that. Whereas Snow's trying to attack it with unrelenting optimism, while a fucking child is chasing him with a knife. Anyway, point is, Xenoblade 3 is like that, except all the people are, like, good. They're likable, good people. Snow's trying to be happy with bad moments, though. Yeah, but everybody else is looking at the bad moment and saying, this sucks. Like, I'm, like, and this is like an extreme example. Maybe it's not that extreme example. Some bad shit happens in that game. I will typically be like, I'm the type of person where if I hear that somebody gets really sick and they're in a hospital for like 2 years on life support and then they pass away, I'm like, I'm glad they're not suffering anymore. That's the type of person I am. But on the other hand, I'm not going to go to the fucking funeral where everybody's mourning them and say, at least they're not suffering anymore, thumbs up, let me put my beanie back on. Like, Snow's a fucking asshole. He has no self-awareness of what's going on around him. Everyone else is like, this sucks, and he's just like, this is fine. I'm happy. What's your problem? I'm about to marry the best woman I've ever met. I've only met one woman, but I'm gonna marry her because she's the best. And everyone else is like, shut the fuck up about Sarah! God damn it! Snow just killed me. It's just obnoxious. He's oblivious. So he doesn't get credit for being an optimist, because it's just the worst. And Waka are the same dude. I'll never forget when my home was destroyed. Wow, sounds like a crazy fireworks show. Fucking idiot. What was Lulu thinking? Oh my god. Yeah, Saz is another one that's like, he's relatable, because he's just trying his fucking hardest to just be there for the people that need him and do the right thing. And he's also, like, older, so he has that angle that a lot of us understand because we're older, where he's like, he's trying to do the right thing, but it's not working out, and you're like, God damn it, I'm just trying to do the right fucking thing. Why won't people let me do the right fucking thing? And that's frustrating. Like, I get it. Meanwhile, Hope has a hate boner for the whole game. Snow won't shut the fuck up about his crystal wife. Fang's a bitch, and Vanille's stupid. With bad voice acting that can't decide what accent she's trying to go for. I know, despite, like, shitting on it, I'm saying this, which doesn't make any sense, but I should try to replay that game at some point. Okay, JMT. Hope isn't as bad as Snow by a long shot, but I still don't think he's very good. Just the whole Snow, Hope, hate circle they have going on is just, like, intolerable and lasts too long. I think Hope's saving grace is that he's in all 3 games, isn't he? So he has the most time to actually, like, grow into a character. Whereas I'm pretty sure when you meet Snow in the other games, he's still a fucking shithead. He's still just an absolute idiot that is, like, the worst. He grows in regards to the other characters, but he didn't grow against Snow, like, at all. They never get past that. Because whenever he's, like... When he puts the fucking knife away and he's like, okay, we should actually, like, talk about this, Snow's just, like, with his unrelenting optimism, who's just like, man, whatever. It happens. It's like, dude, shut up and, like, talk to me like a person. Snow's such a bottom-tier character. I guess that's the problem, because Snow's an important character to Hope, but since Snow is so bad, it, like, brings everybody down with him. You know what I mean? Is it giving you that restart shit that it was giving Blue? Man, they gotta get this shit worked out. I don't know if that's on Epic or if that's on Fall Guys, but that's, like, it's been an issue for, like, 2 fucking years. Like, they gotta figure it out. I tried it again. If anything, with Xenoblade, I feel like some of the characters haven't had enough depth yet. Like Noah and Mio are very obviously the main characters, so they get most of the depth. But, like, Lance hasn't had a whole lot of depth yet. He's had a little bit. Senna, in particular, has had, like, no fucking depth, which is a shame, because she's fucking precious, and I want to know more about her. But I think I'm in a chapter right now where they're going to tell me more. I just need to sit down and actually, like, fucking play. Is that one that you're always talking about, like, that you really liked that, like, nobody played? I'll give you a chance to try and reboot JMT, and we'll see if that actually helps. I have a feeling it won't, though. Has it been, like, re-released ever? It's oversimplifying it, but I really feel like Xenoblade 3 is a better Final Fantasy 13. Like, it has a lot of similarities. Except it's, like, not bad. Oh, it has been re-released recently? Have you, like, replayed it since then? It seems like it's giving you the same shit that it gave Blue. Where, like, Blue was able to play with us on PC, but on Switch it was just like, I don't know. That does sound pretty long. You should, though, if it's like a top 5. That's the kind of game where you say, oh, you guys don't feel like watching it? Fuck you, you're gonna watch it. I was really sad to see that Guardians of the Galaxy wasn't working out for you. Although it's strange because the stream you had before that of Guardians looked like it did pretty well. So maybe it was a fluke? God, the speed run of Lost Odyssey is 6 hours long. That's... ugh. That do be long. That do be long. On the other hand, yeah, if it's really that long, you probably wouldn't want to stream it, because it's going to be an enormous playthrough. And you can't do a playthrough that's 100 episodes long unless it's Persona 5 or Mario Maker. On YouTube, anyway. Alright, Janty. Yeah, might have just... I would almost say to try it again. Maybe it was a fluke. That does happen sometimes. It might have just been a day that YouTube was... the algorithm was just giving you the finger. It spun the bingo tumbler and was like... today's your day. I think I had one of those like a couple weeks ago where I was like, what the hell? What's really the worst, and I've talked about this with the Warriors games in particular, like, I had a lot of fun with Age of Calamity, and I've been having a lot of fun with Fire Emblem Warriors, but for whatever reason, people just don't seem to like watching them. And that's, like, the worst when it's a game that you're just legitimately liking. And that's why I'm glad that I decided to play Xenoblade off-stream, because if I would have played it on-stream and was liking it as much as I am and nobody was watching it, I would have been, like, pretty fucking salty about it. And that would have stained my entire experience with it at the end of the day. Look at fucking Pokemon Legends Arceus. I would say I enjoyed that game and it was a good game and it was a fun experience. When I think about it, all I think about is the fact that nobody watched it. Like, it's just unfortunate that that's what happens. Oh god, this is hellish. We are clogged as hell. This, oh my god. Who's pushing the snowball? What is happening? Get me out of here. I would almost say that you could give Bayonetta 2 another chance, to be honest. Because I'm under the impression that your community's a little bit older now than it was back then. That was like peak YouTube gaming days, right? Where like 90% of viewers were like children who only wanted Splatoon and Mario Maker. So you could maybe give that one another shot. Because I don't get to make it to as many streams as I would like to, but oh god. What a fucking yeet, dude. That's the yeetiest yeet I've ever yeeted. Okay, sorry. No, not again. I'm under the impression that a lot of your viewers are like... they come from like Dark Souls and Monster Hunter stuff, and probably fighting games. So it might appeal to them more now. Back when you tried to play it, was like still like the Splatoon days, right? It was also pre-Kappa, so that's another thing. I'm not gonna like pressure it, but, like, it's more of a, if you were thinking about giving it another chance, I would support that. And yeah, I mentioned that earlier, kind of what you're saying, Guy, is that, like, oh, we were talking about, like, how we keep up with notifications for when people are live, and I was like, I don't anymore, because I follow, like, 3 people, and 2 of them are View and Twain, and they stream in the middle of the day, and it happens, like, multiple times a week where I'll be in bed, and I get the notification, and I'm like, God, I want to, but, like, also sleep. And I always feel bad about, like, I'll just stop in for, like, 5 minutes. Like, I always feel bad about that. So I just don't do it, which is maybe the worst option. Maybe I should just do it anyway. It's kind of weird, because, like, oh, motherfucker. If someone shows up here and is like, oh, I'm just stopping in for, like, 15 minutes and then I gotta go, I'm not, like, upset about that, but when I tend to feel like if... It's fine, we can wait. It's fine, we can wait. It's fine, we can wait. Don't, no, don't. Just, God. Fucking impatient. I tend to think that if I go to a stream and say, hey, like, I just wanted to stop in, but, like, I can't stay, that people are gonna be, like, disappointed. So I'm just like, I'm not gonna do that. Oh my God. These are the worst if there's too many people on them. That was beautiful, though. I love it. Like... I actually don't remember Neo 2 as much, if I'm being honest. That's the series that Acid fucking hated, right? That's the only thing I remember about Neo, is that, like, was it the first one that he was like, this is, like, the worst game I've ever played? You also did not have great results with Warriors games as well, right? It's really strange to me, because those games are, like, such a spectacle. You think people would love to watch those. I'm not gonna lie, I regularly feel like it's just a YouTube problem. Like, we've been fortunate that we've found, like, a nice, consistent, like, both of us, we found nice, consistent, like, smaller communities, but they're consistent, they're here for everything, that will watch a wide variety of things, but I feel like they're, like, 5% of the YouTube audience. Most of the YouTube stream audience is just, like, where's Minecraft, Splatoon, and Mario Maker? And Among Us. It's fucking Nat, dude. Distracted me so much that I, like, forgot about grabbing a tail. You saw that right. But yeah, to put it bluntly, sometimes I'm like, maybe we should just go to Twitch, because people will actually watch a variety of things there. Where it's like, I'm very grateful for, like, everybody that comes to every stream, but I'm also like, the people who will watch anything have to be, like, 2% of the YouTube audience. Which is just really sad. Maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm completely wrong on that, but that's the way I often feel. You don't see Mario Maker much anymore? See, I don't, but I chalked it up to I unsubbed from everybody that played it. So, I thought that was a me problem. So it's, like, nice to hear that someone else is like, oh, we don't see as much Mario Maker anymore. Oh, excuse me? God, I hate tail tag. Like, I don't even care, dude. Apex, really? I don't think I follow anybody that plays it, so I guess I just don't see it. And it's about to be completely overthrown by Splatoon next month. You know that, right? Like, that's gonna be fucking everywhere. That's true. I've seen another, like, ridiculous surge of, I'm just gonna play Breath of the Wild, and I'm like, Jesus. In 2022? Really? With all these games coming out, you're just gonna keep jerking off to Breath of the Wild. That's, like, really discouraging. See, like, honestly, I keep shitting on Splatoon 3, but the truth is, like, I do want to care. But the unfortunate reality is they're Call of Dutying it. It's just Splatoon 2 again, and I'm just like, nah, it's not happening. That Direct was their last chance to show me something that made me say, oh, this is actually a different game. And I was like, nope. It's not. It's the same fucking game. Oh, so Splatfests are 3 ways now? Whoop-de-fucking-do. Like, that's great for people that are willing to pay $60 for more of the same game, but I'm not. I wouldn't even be willing to do it just to grow the channel, because it's just going to be a bunch of fucking 12-year-olds. So, been there, done that, not willing to do it again. Honestly, Volpe, that's fair. I feel like a lot of people would think that's ridiculous, because most things require you making an account, but I could see why you wouldn't want, like, one more account. Like, that's honestly fair. JMT, do you want to try another one, or are you still trying to figure it out? But yeah, I think the reason I'm so critical about Splatoon 3 is because I'm like, I expect more from them. And because I know, like, if it weren't for streaming, it wouldn't affect me at all. You know, like, that's, like, the sad truth. But due to streaming, it's gonna be, like, I'm gonna get sick of seeing it really fast. But again, that's gonna be a YouTube problem. I don't think I've ever seen anyone I follow on Twitch play Splatoon, so it should probably be fine. And I basically just don't watch anyone on YouTube anymore. There's View and Twain, who both stream in the middle of the day, so I can't ever catch streams. Which is nothing against them. That's a me problem. That's not on their end. Monster Matt, which streams at the same time I do, so I don't get to catch a lot of streams as much as I would like to. And Brad. Like, that's about it. If they're not live, I don't even bother looking to see who's live, which is unhealthy and stupid. I should be reaching out to people and saying, like, hey, who do you guys watch? Like, there has to be people streaming on YouTube. There's no way that it was 99% Mario Maker or they all left. Like, there's no way. What I should start doing is just looking. Just, like, popping it in the search bar, and, like, I'm sure you can set a filter to just be like, show me who's live. See, that's what was good about YouTube gaming. Like, it took me a while, but I'm finally understanding, like, why YouTube gaming was good. At first, I was like, whatever. But I'm starting to get it now. When the community was a little stronger, it was like, we don't need YouTube gaming anymore, because we already have the community, but now we either unfollow people because they only play one game, or they stop streaming entirely, and there's been nothing refilling the community. It would help a lot if the raid feature didn't suck ass, because then we could use that to, like, find new people. But unfortunately, it sucks ass. But you know what? At least gift memberships are here, and those are well-designed and functional, and are helpful. I keep trying to tell myself, just, like, stop bitching. You know what I mean? Like, gift memberships kick ass, so just be happy about that. Be happy that they did something really good. Too often, I find myself just focusing on the bad. I think it's that, and I've shared this story before, it's something that Twain and I went through due to streaming at a similar time, but back when he was streaming at this time. There was a period of like 3 or 4 or more streamers where we discovered them and we were like, yo, we found somebody who streams in our time slot that we can raid. We enjoy watching them. They play a variety, like even just a small variety of games that we enjoy watching. This is great. And then like a week later, they'd be like, we're leaving and we're going to Twitch. It happened like 4 times in a row. I shit you not. And after that happened, I personally was like, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. Especially like the last one we found was really bad because one of the reasons I was like, this is a good one, is one of the first streams of theirs that I watched, they were talking about how they will never leave for Twitch and that they were like YouTube is it. I've thought about it for years. I've decided that YouTube is it. I'm not going to Twitch. And then like a week after I discovered them, they were like, okay, we're going to Twitch. And I was like, what the fuck? What was all that song and dance about then? Jesus. Okay, I have to stop bitching and like actually pay attention. 2 blackberries, 3 dragon fruits. 2 blackberries, 3 dragon fruits. Riley, why? 2 blackberries, 3 dragon fruits. 3. I'd make fun of people for being unable to count, but honestly, it's fucking hard, so it's fine. 3 blackberries, 2 durians, and a pear. 1 pear, 2 durians, 3 blackberries. 1 pear, 2 durians, 3 blackberries. 1 pear, 2 durians, and 3 blackberries. 1 pear, 2 durians, 1 pear. Later, losers. Holy hell. That was a lot. Woo! Feels good. Three pears, 4 blackberries, 2 coconuts. 2 coconuts, 3 pears, 4 blackberries. Coconut, pear, blackberry. Coconut, pear, blackberry. Coconut, pear, blackberry. Coconut, pear, blackberry. Oh god. Well played. I've never seen that one come up before. I didn't know they could ask for 0. On the first one, the text at the top of the screen was covering up the board. That was like a little bit of anxiety for sure. Holy shit, dude. That one is like, that was their answer to people complaining about Perfect Match being too easy. They're like, okay, here you go. This is gonna take forever. There's 4 of us? This is gonna take so long that I almost don't want to bother. Shit. Somebody went all the way down to the bottom, I think. This is gonna... This is anxiety. This is gonna take so long. What the hell? Okay, that was fucky. I should probably slow it down. I'm like the only one here. I think there's somebody above me though, so maybe I should cannibalize a little bit more. Did he fall? I think he did. Alright, I'm in a very good place here. Just play it cool. I'm in a very good place here. Play it cool, and pay attention. I'm mostly moist. And pay attention to where the ground below you is so that you don't make a bad fall. So how are you guys doing tonight? We're gonna be here for a while. Not gonna do anything fancy. I have no idea where they are, is the thing that's stressing me out. Like, I can't see them to be like, oh, they're this many floors down. Okay, I just saw one on purple, and the other one just got eliminated. I have all of this, and I have all of blue. As long as I don't do something stupid, this should be fine. My hands are sweating like crazy, but this should be fine. Yep. Whew. That was actually amazingly anxiety-inducing. How do you exit the lobby? I think you press, like, the left or the right stick brings up the party menu. And then there's, like, a little door icon at the bottom that you use to exit. Or I could probably just boot you if you haven't figured it out by the time I get out there. That's what, my, like, 8th win total since I started the new file here. You're already out. It's fine. Let's boogie. Something I really liked about what I watched of Rumbleverse is, like, you literally learn different wrestling moves by finding wrestling magazines and reading about them. That's, like, that's really clever. That's how you get your stats up or something, I don't know. Either way, it's clever. Isn't that Battle Royale dodgeball game free to play now? Was that any good? I'm pretty regularly amazed that Ninjala is still getting updates. Remember I played that for like 2 nights and I was like, oh, this game isn't balanced for shit. There's no way. It's not only, like, not balanced, but every game was laggy as hell. I'm not planning on getting Kirby's Dream Buffet now. It's only $15, which isn't that bad. But when it's a game that I have to be sure other people are actually gonna buy it so I can play it with them. I don't know if you can play against randos in that, I guess. I'm not terribly interested, though. Honestly, that's the type of game that they should put on the expansion pack. They should just have that be available to expansion pack members. That would be, like, a really good deal, I think. Thanks. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fun. Yeah, Portal 1 and 2 are on Switch, right? I would recommend those to anyone who's, like, never played them before. They're a good time. It's been long enough that I should replay them. I probably don't even remember the puzzles anymore. And those games are, like, you really have to wait a while before you replay them so that you're not just like, oh yeah, I remember this puzzle. Remember how I said I was going to crash halfway through the stream and feel, again, like I hadn't slept yet? It's hitting me. Oh yeah, they have, like, the protein powders and drinks, too. Yeah, it was a pretty clever concept. I know I mentioned it the other night, but I liked Spellbreak, too. It's a shame that that shut down, like, very quickly. Because I thought that I thought that one had potential. Are people still playing Nightfall? I hope so, because that was, like, one of the most fun to watch battle royales I had seen in a while. 3 durians and 1 pear? Am I seeing that right? Durians. How did someone die here? What the hell? Coconut, pear, dragon fruit. Coconut, pear, dragon fruit. How many people do you think are going to learn what dragon fruits are thanks to this game? Similar to how a bunch of people probably learned what Dango is, thanks to Monster Hunter. Blackberry pear... Blackberry dragon fruit pear. blackberry, dragon fruit, pear. Two blackberry, three dragon fruit. Dragon fruit. I was actually worried for a second because nobody was coming to this one. I think it might be Dongo. Not Dango. Dongo, maybe. It was sad because when a friend told me, I'm loving all the hexagon, by the way. When a friend told me about Spellbreak and I tried it, I liked it, but right away I was like, it takes like 15 minutes to find a match, and when you do find a match, it's like 5 people and 55 AI. I was like, this game's never gonna last. Like, it stands no chance, which is really sad. Because, like, conceptually, I thought it was really cool. Got him. Sorry. Dismount. Well played. I feel like they made this more responsive. I didn't used to be able to do some of these fancy jumps. Like, half the time my jump input would get eaten. Especially after diving, I feel like they definitely made that more responsive. Alright. Where am I falling? Ooh, this does not look alright. Dude, you could have just, like, given us both a longer time up there instead of burning the bridge for both of us. Nice. Well, I'm screwed. My only hope is that whoever the other guy is falls before this. Oh, there's actually 2 left, I think? Yeah, there's still 2 of them. And he has a lot of ground to... They both have a lot of ground to stand on. There he goes. Oh, take it easy, View. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out. It's always nice to have you. That's a fun win animation. I like that one. I feel like I need some sleep. I feel like I haven't slept. I guess I don't know how long Riley will be. I'll just depend on him to say something when he's back. Spooky. I mean, the good news is I'll probably sleep really good tomorrow. Was that just random chance that you found it in the store? There's a full suit too there, you can see it in the... on the loading screen. Oh, it was in the pass. I wonder if I have that. I probably do, I haven't been paying attention to the rewards I've been getting. How long do these seasons last? I think it's fairly unlikely that I'm going to get far enough to where I'm like, oh, I should just buy the season pass. Like, that's just seems very unlikely. At the rate of playing it roughly every 3 weeks. I don't know, maybe. If I go ahead with the Mario Golf Fall Guys thing, then I might get a little bit further. Yeah, that guy had a good launch. Boing, boing. Nice. Cozy second. Love to see it. I think it was second. There's a gingerbread man? It's pretty cursed. I didn't get a super close look at it, but it looked pretty cursed. Yeah, 2 feels pretty good, honestly. Because, like, when we did this after Mario Golf, like 2 weeks ago, I don't think I got any wins that night. I think everybody but me got a win. And the first night we did members only, maybe I'm not giving myself enough credit, but I'm fairly certain when you first, like, make your account that they put you in, like, easy lobbies for, like, 5 matches. Because on that first stream, we got 5 wins, like, in like 30 minutes. It probably wasn't that fast, but it felt like it was really free. And then the rest of the night, I got 1, I think, the whole night. So, oh, there's conveyors. So yeah, getting 2 tonight feels pretty good. But that last one felt really good too. Just like making it to final round Hexagon is like, Hexagon's so much fun that I'm just kind of like, it's a good thing either way, right? Oh no. Let me in. I mean, you got one after Mario Golf that night, didn't you? I think you... Who all played? I think it was you, Guy, and Blue? And I think you all got a win? Like I said, I didn't get any. Oh, right, we were doing that, like, event. With the hammers. I still count it. Wins are wins. It was still... I mean, I still didn't win any, so it's not like winning it was easy. I like the coconut outfit, too. That's fun. I'd say there's too many crossovers, but they haven't really, like... They don't dominate the lobbies, which is kind of nice. Aside from stupid Among Us. There's too many of those. Which is amusing, because wasn't it the Among Us community that was, like, dead game all the time? You're in my way. Among Us, Among Us. I don't know where mispronouncing the name started becoming a thing, but... I guess that's something I should always remember, is like one of the streamers I actually watch a lot of, but it doesn't register because I don't watch the streams live, I watch them in archive format. So like there is that one that I watch like every day, basically. I just tend to not count it as a streamer, even though he do be streaming. It's on the paid path, yeah. I have it coming up this next level, I think. Yeah, gingerbread's kinda cursed. Just a little bit. There's one thing I like about the Among Us costume. Was that a fly? God damn it. I like that you can still see the Fall Guy's eyes behind the visor. That's a nice bit of polish. Which I will say, because we were talking earlier about how like we don't see as much Mario Maker as we used to. You don't see as much Among Us anymore either, which is nice. It used to be something where it was like people would not shut the fuck up, but it's like I haven't really heard anybody mention it in a really long time. But the hate sticks. That's kind of what it comes down to. Ow. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't think I've... Oh god, I don't think I've seen Slime Climb since we've started playing again. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I hate it. I hate it. Stop. God, they're going so fast! What the hell? No, not like this. Yikes! Did they make that harder? What the fuck? Slime climb is already pretty hard. But honestly, making it just slightly harder is enough to keep people off of the Twinkies grabbing people. So, like, I'm kind of okay with it. Because we didn't see anyone, like, griefing there. It was just people fucking, like, playing the game. So, I think I support it. I feel like the slime was, like, right behind us, too. Was another thing. Usually you have a little bit, you used to have a little bit of a buffer, I think, and now they were just like, the slime's right there, move your ass, or you are dying. I'm just trying to keep myself separated from those two, so that if they get grab happy, they only have each other to deal with. Let's have a good, clean match, is the way I feel about it. Yep, see? It begins. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Something I hate about this one is the camera. The camera's fighting you the entire time, which just makes things harder than it needs to be. Because the camera tries to auto-correct to go in the direction you're facing, like no matter which way you move. Hey, the grabber died. You love to see it. I consider this, like, no matter what happens, we both win. Because at least the grabber didn't win. I made a mistake. Yep. I made a mistake. But it was a clean match. Can't be mad about it. It was a good game. I would have been salty if the guy that grabbed me won. Then I probably would have been a little salty, but he was the first one out, so immediate redemption. I don't think redemption's the right word for it, but you know what I mean. Wow, one experience away. Hate to see it. What are all of these achievements? I haven't been paying attention to what any of these are. Do I already have all of them except for Infallible? Probably. I'm just gonna keep it rolling, but Riley, if you can hear me, just let us know when you want back in. Or Blue, if you're out there. I'm thinking, from now on, even for the Mario Golf / Fall Guys nights, I think if we're playing Fall Guys and we accumulatively get 5 wins, I'll gift 1 membership. I think it makes sense to do it on those nights too, because that gives people who aren't members an opportunity to potentially win membership, right? To kind of, like, not only win it, but, like, earn it themselves a little bit. So I think that kind of makes sense. Now, granted, if we're only playing for 3 hours, I think the chance of us getting 5 wins total is pretty slim, but that's kind of the idea. You don't want it to be, like, too free. It's not the way. It's not the way. Alright, I'm just gonna have to be a team player. Oh, Matt. Doesn't matter. I chose the wrong side, apparently. Oh, yep. Good play, JMT. Oh, these people are gonna get me killed. God, you guys suck. Ugh. Hell is other people the game. Oh my god, we're never gonna make it. No, let me off. I wasn't willing to risk the hammer. Oh, it's anxiety, man. Yeah, the hammer is very easy to, like, domino, where you're just like, I'm just gonna try it one more time. This time it'll work. Okay, it didn't work, but I'm really feeling good about this next one. And then it just... Didn't that happen last time we played it? On the hammer event on this map, where I sat on the hammer the entire time and missed, like, every single time, and I was like, yeah, this is... Now, should I continue to just not try it ever, like I do? Maybe not, but... I think I know the answer to this, but what the hell? Is that just covering up the target, I guess? Anyway, I was gonna ask Volpe, are you gonna watch the Xenoblade episodes I did? I assume not. Because it's not like you're not sure if you want to get it or not. There will be another episode tomorrow, though, for those who might be interested in that. Only did 6 episodes of them, so they're not gonna, like, dominate the schedule for too long or anything. Yeah, that's fair. I would say that, like, and you didn't watch the Direct, but I don't think in those 6 episodes I cover anything that wasn't covered in the Direct. So if anyone did watch the Direct, you're probably safe to watch those 6 episodes. I think we all made it? Well, it was just 2 of us, but... I found myself, after we talked a little bit about video content last night, and I mentioned potentially doing a video playthrough of Resident Evil 4 to air in October. I started thinking about if I should start working on recording more stuff, but I think I literally have videos scheduled up until like September 16th or something like that. I really don't need to do any recording for a while, I don't think. Which is nice, it means I can just focus on Xenoblade instead, if that's what I want to do. I do think there was a Vampire Survivors update last week that I should probably check out. I'm surprised that didn't kill me. I think I deserved to die there, oh god. I'm getting extremely lucky. Nice. I also went, so, even though I went through and did this, if anyone didn't go through and vote in all the polls for the first 30 episodes of, like, which of the games you want to see more of, I did go through and, like, I mean, the polls are gonna just remain there for forever, probably, but I went through and recorded them to be, like, okay, if I'm gonna replay and if I'm gonna play more of these, which ones should I prioritize? I already forget which ones were in the lead. I know Hades was in the lead by a long shot, but that's not gonna happen until I renew Game Pass, so... I forget what ones were in, like, 2nd and 3rd, and I was like, I guess I'll do those first. Well, if I'm being honest, one of them was Miitopia, and I'm obviously not gonna do that until I can, like, get the game on sale or something. Where'd he go? I'm not a big fan of this one. I got it for a second. You love to see it. These obstacles are here just to make it that you can't see. I got 4 more seconds. You love to see it. Oh, let go of me? Asshole. I got 2 more seconds. Okay, that didn't work as well as I expected it to. No, get back here, you little fucker. Oh my god. No, not like this. Where'd he go? It's free! I just can't catch him. No, that's mine. Stop. No, stop. Yeah, there you go. You got your own. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is good. Don't take mine. Come on. Oh no. I'm not gonna be able to get it back. Okay, we're fine. God, that's... I didn't hate it, but I wouldn't say I liked it. Fuck that guy that came over here chasing one of his own and decided to try and grab me and take mine instead. Like, seriously, fuck you. I hope you didn't qualify. Like, he had one all to himself, and he was like, nah, I'm gonna take this guy's instead. Imagine living your life like that. Anyway. And I know I ask this question all the fucking time, and I constantly forget. You've only played 2, right, Volpe? You did not play the first one? Xenoblade, that is. It's, like, way too early to think about it, but, like, I do think I'm gonna try to play the other ones after 3. I don't know if I'm gonna try to attempt to stream any of those, or if I'm just gonna keep them for my own time. The downside with keeping them for my own time is, like, the only thing I'm doing lately is playing video games. Like, I don't do anything else with my free time right now, which is not great. Like, I'm not working on any art stuff or anything. I'm just playing video games, like, constantly. Like, 12 hours a day, and then, like, I'm actually, like, a little burned out on playing video games, if I'm being honest. Because of it, so... But as I said earlier, I finished up my Pokemon Unite stuff last night, and made a pretty big buffer in Switch Sports, and did a fair amount of stuff in Monster Hunter. I'm hoping that tonight and tomorrow, I can just devote those entirely to playing Xenoblade. Yeah, it's maybe weird that I started thinking about, like, maybe I should take some time off. And in doing so, I was like, my reasoning is I need time away from playing video games, which is fucking bizarre. Dude, there's still a lot of us up here. Someone's gonna start getting grabby, I can feel it. If there was a gap there, I would have been screwed. Like that. Yep. Exactly like that. That's the downside with jumping, but once it gets that high, what choice do you have? That was a nice clean match, though. I should report him for wearing flip-flops, but I'm not gonna do that. God, it takes so long to get some of these challenges. I really wish that this battle pass was more like the traditional battle passes, where every level there's a free reward and a premium one, instead of it being like 3 premiums and then 1 free one. It makes leveling up, like, not fun. Yeah, everybody's been, like... Aside from that one guy on tail tag that tilted me really early, the matches have been really clean tonight. I have nothing to complain about. Knock wood. Yeah, this goes up to 100, we said. And yeah, like, I want to say like 40 to 45% of the stuff is free, or is free. Everything else is like fucking locked, which it's not a satisfying system because there's just too much. And leveling up is slow too, so it's kind of like you go to all that trouble and then you're like, oh, you don't even get the reward. In the ER. Man, so the obvious sensible thing to say is, I hope everything's okay. The sarcastic part of me, though, can't anybody give you a fucking break? Every week, some other chaos is happening in your life. Like, what the hell? I feel bad for you. You can't just have a week where, like, nothing happens. Maybe more sensible criticism would be like, couldn't these people at least wait to know what's happening before they tell you? Like, it sounds like they are, like, right away they're like, we have to text everybody and tell them that they're in the hospital, but we have no idea why. I'm more the type where I'm like, I think I'm gonna wait and find out what's wrong first. No reason to set everyone on panic if it's, you know, they have impacted earwax and they lost their balance and fell over. It's not a big deal. Yeah, like, I don't think I know anyone whose life is, like, as chaotic as yours is. It seems like there's always something happening, and it's like, it's not meant to be, I'm not trying to say, like, to, like, stop telling us about it or anything like that, by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just observing and feeling sorry for you that it seems like you can't get a break. Like, can we get Guy, like, let's say 2 weeks of just nothing happening? Why would I do that? And then okay, that's just bad. Like, I don't even see anybody fucking around at the end as much anymore. People are just like, nah, finish the matches. Feels good. That was scary. I was worried that was gonna be a crash. On the other hand, where I lived in Virginia, which was like a very similar town to where you live. What's going on with the texturing right now? What the hell? Where I lived there was very similar. It was like a small town, and it was like there was always something fucking happening. I chalked that up more to everybody I knew being like drama queens, though. I don't think it was that a lot of things happened. I think it was just people caused drama. It's funny, you hear stuff about, like, small, quiet towns, but then, like, half of them are just, like, the most drama-filled places you could fucking imagine. I guess people get bored. But then, like, where I live here is a small town, and nothing ever happens here. Yeah, I had a feeling. After I saw that glitchy texture, I was like, I'm not feeling too good about this. The worst we have here are bears and Trump supporters. Like, that's it. I'm sure a lot of small towns are the ideal places to be, but some of them are just, like, They just get one bad egg in it, and then it's just everything goes horribly wrong. That's how it was in Virginia, I think. It was the people that were there. Like, everyone there was just, like, very toxic and dramatic. Pennsylvania's boring, you heard. There's nothing to do. There's stuff to do, but, like, anyone younger than me isn't gonna be interested in any of it. Does that make sense? It's a lot of historical stuff. For the most part. There's a couple things, I guess. We have Hershey Park, for example. But a lot of it is, like, there's Amish everywhere. And anybody younger than me is gonna be like, why the fuck would we want to go see where the Amish live? Because that just sounds, like, boring, right? There's, like, battlefields like Gettysburg and stuff like that. But, again, younger people are gonna be like, why would we want to go see that? Riley, are you ready for more? I'll send you an invite as well. Evident Termite. Which sounds like a fucking Maverick name. For sure. God, I hate this whole interface. It's so bad. Riley's being very, very quiet tonight, too. I'm guessing you're just enjoying the vibe that is Fall Guys. And then we talked, like, I don't know, a week ago or so, that the Little League headquarters is here. Like, it's like half an hour from where I live. So there's stuff, it's just a lot of stuff that I think a lot of younger people are going to not find interesting. What Hershey do you think I mean, Bob? But I guess that's fair, because if you don't live in this part of the country, you might not realize that there is a Hershey theme park. Like, that's completely fair, honestly. But yes, Hershey the chocolate company. There's a factory, I think it's literally in Hershey, Pennsylvania, too. But there's a factory, and then there's a theme park, like, right next door. You can even go on tours in the... You used to be able to go on tours in the factory. I don't know. It might have changed since COVID hit, to be honest. I have no idea. I haven't been to Hershey Park since I was in, like, grade school, so... I think it's still there, though. Oh god, and now you're having to deal with that shit again too, guy? That sucks. They can't just, like, let you be. Yeah, that's probably fair, Theo. Sometimes I think if I just have to, like, you know, go out and get the mail, or, like, help somebody load something into a car or something, I sometimes think that the neighbors might see me and be like, who the hell is that? I've lived here for like 5 years. I just don't, especially post-pandemic, I never fucking go out. If it weren't for the fact that you seem to otherwise like that job, I would say you need to find a new job. Just to escape that stress. But it sounds like, aside from that, that you mostly like it, so... Oh god. Yo, first place? Just casual first place? Everyone here seems, from the few interactions I have had with people, everyone here seems to be pretty neighborly. Even the lunatic that has "Let's Go Brandon" spray painted on the sign of his house. Like, if you cross him on the street, it's gonna be like, Hey, how's it going? Hope you're having a nice day. It's simple. Actually, I heard they tore that house down. And I'm not joking, by the way. There was literally somebody here that had Let's Go. I don't think it was Let's Go Brandon. It was something political, though, that they had spray painted on the side of their house. And then we found out that I think they tore it down. So that was probably why they did it, because they knew it was being torn down. It was still like, what the fuck? But it's funny, one of my neighbors is who cuts my hair. She has a salon in her basement. So I've been in her house, like, I don't know, a couple dozen times since living here. I've never met her husband. And that's probably really weird to people, but it's... Between the weird schedule and the fact that I just don't go out, I just don't meet people. Personally, it doesn't bother me. Well, that was interesting. Not really, because he lives with multiple people. So I think he's probably, like, he's still, like... To be blunt, Guy strikes me more of a keep the racket down, you youngsters type of person. Oh god, what am I doing? Feel the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. Sorry. It really does fit really well, though. Oh my god. I didn't realize I was that far behind. Well, get wrecked. Oh, was I the only one in? It looks like it? I didn't know I was the only one left in. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here, then. That was a spicy lobby. Yeah, that race course is, like, pretty hard. The first couple of times I got that one, like, I got wrecked. It took a while to kind of figure that one out. There's a bunch of courses now that I'm like, you should have a practice mode. So that we can practice this shit before a match. $1,300 is not even that bad. But you're also the only one putting money towards it, right? So I could understand why you're like, yeah, that's too much. Like, that's fair. But realistically, if even one of those other people were contributing the same amount you were, $1,300 would be incredibly manageable, I think. I'm actually a little surprised because compared to where I lived in Virginia, the cost of living there was very, very high. So I was expecting it to be similar for you. And that actually sounds a little bit more generous than it was in Virginia. Plus, you might have to look at it as just... It might be worth it. Because, like, let's be real and blunt here. Like, you don't have your own, like, bedroom. It might be worth it to try and make sacrifices so that you can actually improve your quality of life a little bit. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, it's not that easy, but... in a more perfect world, the people you live with would be contributing a little bit more, I think, is kind of the real thing. Yeah, it's kind of fair, Volpe. I tend to not keep volume super, super high. Which is why it bothers me so much when, like, I run into a stream where they have the volume, like, way too low or way too high, because I don't like to tweak my volume if I can help it. I think Xenoblade has been the first time in a while that I've been like, I want to have the music higher. But that game's also quiet. It's one of those Switch games where it's, like, needlessly quiet. Like, I wish I could ramp the volume up, like, 200% at least. I guess I didn't mention that earlier, the soundtrack is really good, too. But maybe that goes without saying. Yeah, we're just gonna not. Oh, what, do you watch someone who keeps their volume, like, way too high? See, and I would rather a streamer keep their volume too high, because it's easier to, like, turn down the stream volume. Whereas if it's way too quiet, I have to turn up my computer's volume. Someone needs to invent some, like, volume normalizing technology or something. I don't know if I've done this one. I've seen other people do it. I don't know if I've done this one myself, though. Oh, the composer. For Xenoblade. I gotcha. Sorry, streamer brain. I almost used some of the battle music for the Splash, for Splash and Break screen music this month. But even that, I was like, I don't want to spoil the music for Volpe. Does that make sense? You deserve to have your own moments of playing the game and being like, yo, this music's pog. Those moments where you, like, lose track of what you're doing and you start losing party members because you're not paying attention because you're just like, yo, this music, though? Sucked. Such a tricky thing, because I think a lot of people still think that spoilers can only be story spoilers, but I do think experience spoilers are, like, very much a thing. You son of a bitch. I guess I'm down here now. With the fruit. Oh god. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Full disclaimer. Full disclosure, rather. Yeah, no, there's no chance. I think I talked about it in the 6 episodes of Xenoblade, where I was like, I mentioned the thing that I've mentioned in streams before, where I'm like, it's impressive in RPGs in particular that they can make such good music for battle themes, because you have to be able to listen to that thing for like 80 hours and not get used to, not get sick of it. Like, that's a very high bar to meet. I imagine making music for a video game is hard enough on its own, but then also making music for a video game that doesn't get boring after, like, 80 hours is, like, that has to be, like, one of the hardest things, like, imaginable. Oh, it's just Guy. It's just Guy. What do you think, Riley, by the way? I know you liked watching this. Are you having as fun playing it as you were watching it? Or are you kind of like, I'd rather be playing Mario Kart 8? I forgot that the Portal 2 robots are in this game. There's a skin I forgot existed. Oh, did Guy get knocked out? Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna take a real quick break. I gotta pee. So before we hop into another one, if you guys need a break as well, good time to do it. Yeah, I was thinking about potentially using the Xenoblade music next month then, but I was still kind of like, I don't know. What really needs to happen is Volpe just needs to get the game. And then we can talk about it. Anyway, yeah, like I said, quick break. I won't be long, and we'll hop right back in as soon as I get back. So if you guys need a break as well, good time to do it. Otherwise, stay tuned. I'll be back in a minute, and we will continue. You'd rather be playing Mario Kart 8? I'm sorry. Or are you just memeing? Oh, the adventure map. I thought you meant like the first campaign map, and I was like, Theo, they're not that open. What are you talking about? And then when you said the second part about 10 different mission options, I thought you meant like one that was like defend this keep and one that was like protect this unit. And I was like, well, if you don't make a decision, you're gonna lose. So you better get on that. I get what you're saying now, though. Yeah, the adventure maps are pretty large. For sure. Alright, let's boogie. So I don't know if this is controversial. This is another goodie I scored from the hotel my mom works at. They got a case of seltzer for the bar there, and it's hemp infused. So they found out they couldn't sell it because you need a special license to sell stuff like that. So they just gave it to her, and then she gave it to me. So I guess I'm gonna try it. I tried one the other night, and it was, like, okay. It wasn't terrible, so I figured I would grab another one. It is ginger lemonade. You heard me. Unless you mean, what do you mean hemp-infused seltzer? Because honestly, I was also like, what? Like, I understand what those words mean, I've just never heard them in that order before. It's actually not bad. I was a little worried, because a couple of weeks ago, some of you might remember this, a HelloFresh box sent a sample of seltzer. And I was like, this is pretty nasty. Mostly because, like... Where'd you go, Goofy? Hi. How are you? Mostly because, like, imagine drinking soda that doesn't have any sugar in it. That's basically what seltzer is. Along with, like, sparkling water and stuff like that. And that didn't have any sweetener in it. This one has very little, but it's just enough that I'm like, this isn't terrible. I guess it's drinkable. I'm not gonna go out and buy some on my own after this, but... Riley, ready up. Or go play Mario Kart 8 instead. We'll play more Mario Kart next Friday. Hi. Come over here. Hey. Hey, look who I found. You're so precious. You're so precious. Keeping us company until Riley readies up. Okay. get it. You've had enough. Yeah, but like I said, I'm not gonna do Miitopia unless I can, like, find it on sale or something. I'm not really planning on... It may be getting a lot of votes, but it's not enough for me to say, yes, I'll buy it at full price just to play it on stream, you know what I mean? Which, hey, Black Friday's approaching, so... Maybe. Unless someone donates money. I don't know. Right now, no, because there's too many other things I want to do. So even if somebody said, here's the money for Miitopia, I'd be like, I don't know when I'm gonna play it. Like, if you're okay with doing that, then go for it, I guess, but I wouldn't expect anybody to do it, let's put it that way. Even though it's such a streamer thing, right? Because one of the, like, most of the streamers I watch on Twitch are pretty big streamers. Like, they legitimately make a living doing what they do. And one of them had... They didn't have people donate for it, but they did channel point redemptions, where if I think it was 1 million channel points, and if you spend 1 million channel points, you can pick a game and say, play this game. And he had it piled up where he had, like, 4 different games to go through, and he just, like, felt really bad about it, but he just couldn't find the time to do it. And it's like, so maybe I should be open to the idea of doing that with just the disclaimer of, like, I'll do it when I have time to do it. So just don't be, like... Don't turn it into every stream being, hey, when are you gonna play that game? Yikes. Which I don't think any of you guys would, but... Yeah, and that's, like, my thing. Like, I could probably think of a couple instances where I'd be like... I mean, if I had the money, I would do it. Like, if I if I was, like, one of these streamers that I just mentioned that was, like, making a living and then some off of streaming, I'd probably just, like, buy games for people and be like, hey, I want to watch you play this. It's not the fact that it's money, it's the fact that I don't have the money. One more little thing, I don't know if Twitch does this, but it's something I'd like to see YouTube do. Is make it that if you go to, like, become a member for a channel, or drop a super chat or something, make it that we can take that from our YouTube balance. Like, the balance that's sitting there waiting to get to a certain threshold before we get paid out. Let us use that balance to become members for other channels. Because I'd be a lot more free with it if I was just like, oh, I have money on my YouTube balance, like, I'll just use that. Who even cares about getting paid? I'll just immediately throw it right back into the community. Again, I don't know if Twitch lets you do that. Yeah, I've done a couple of donation goals for certain games, and then I just, like, take forever to get around to them, and I always feel bad about it. Which is why I don't specifically do it anymore. It's just, if anyone wants to do it, you gotta have the disclaimer of... First of all, there's the rare instance that you might be like, play this game, and I'll be like, I don't want to play that game. What's on the other side? Is it just 1 blackberry, 2 coconuts? I think so. Here's hoping. Well, it was definitely not coconuts, because there were 2 of them. Riley believed there was, though. And it's so tricky, because... hold on, let me think here. So, 2... 1, 2... 4? It's a weird combination. 1 pear, 2 coconuts, 4 durians. What did Star doing? What are those? Pears? Oranges? They're pears, right? So pears, dragon fruits, coconuts. Pears, dragon fruits, coconuts. 2, 3, 4. Pears, dragon fruits, coconuts. Pears, dragon fruits, coconuts. Pears, dragon fruits. I think I like this one, but something I don't like about it is it does take focus, and I have to completely stop whatever it is we're talking about and completely focus on what I'm doing. Honestly, if somebody throws money at playing a game and then isn't here when I play it, I wouldn't hold that against them. If people aren't throwing money at games and aren't here when I play them, I hold it against them. Because then I'm just giving you something for nothing. So I expect you to be here to enjoy it. And I feel like anyone who would spend money to say, hey, play this game, is probably not... They either just want me to experience it, or they're gonna watch the VODs anyway. So I don't think I would criticize that as much. I would only criticize it if they were like, man, I really wish you would have waited until I was here to play that. Then I probably would be like, well, that's on you. Nah, depth perception's a hell of a drug. I don't think I've ever done this one, by the way. I've seen it. I'm not good at it, I can tell you that much. I just have to hope that no one else is good at it either. And it's so tricky, I guess, because at the end of the day, that's the dream as a streamer, right? Is that people will pay us to play games. I guess I'm always hesitant because I don't want people to get carried away and be more ambitious than I am. Does that make sense? Oh, this sucks. Ah, fuck. I think it was just... I have this tendency, and I've talked about this a little bit recently, both on stream and with... Like, I talked to Twain about it. I have a tendency to overthink things. Instead of just, like, doing a fun thing, I'll spend, like, upwards of a year, like, troubleshooting it to make sure that it's gonna work. And then I just kind of never do it. So I think what it comes down to is I'll have a lot of moments where I just... That took forever. Holy hell. I have a lot of moments where I'll think of the worst case scenario, which will probably never happen. The nightmare scenario is that somebody donates $100 and says play Undertale. More or less. or play Fortnite or whatever. And that's going to be like, I don't even want to play that. But if you think I'm refunding your money, you're wrong. Like, that's not happening. Because you should have known that was a risk. So I guess that's where I get caught up, where I'm just like, okay, if they make a misstep, is that my fault or their fault? And as I said earlier, when it comes to, like, YouTube problems, I would prefer to take responsibility for stuff like that. But realistically, is anybody gonna, like, anyone that wants to see me play Undertale, are they gonna give me $100 to play it? Hell no. So it's probably not a problem. You know what I mean? I think my biggest thing right now is, like, my list of games that I want to play is so long that I don't even know when I would get around to anything like that, is kind of what it comes down to. Anyway. Theo, thank you for the super chat. It's always appreciated. The good thing is like, the latter part of this year, I think, like, fall, there's not going to be any games to play. So, I'll be able to catch up on my backlog a little bit. It's just this summer, a lot of shit came out all at once, and it was all stuff I wanted to play. I think the next game, like, the next major release that's coming out that I want to get is probably... absolutely is Sonic Frontiers, and that's not until December. Do I want to get Bayonetta 3? A little bit, but I think I'd rather play the other games first. So I might not get it right away. And am I going to get Pokemon? Probably. Even though I explained yesterday that I have a lot of hesitations with it. Mostly due to the fact that, like, I didn't find Sword and Shield super fun to stream, and nobody watched Legends Arceus. So I'm kind of like, do I want to get it and play it? I probably will, because at the end of the day, it's a Pokemon game, and I know that I'll have a good time playing it. But point is, we're just about halfway into August, and the soonest any of those are coming out is Bayonetta 3, which is... you son of a bitch. Which isn't until late October? So we'll have, like, a nice chunk of time there, providing they don't throw Advance Wars at us. I feel like I got robbed. Oh, he's like a squid. It's gross. I hate it. I also hate how they T-pose at the end of every victory animation now. Could we, like, do something about that? Although we talked last night about, like, October stuff, and I think I'm already loading down that time period with other stuff to do, so... yeah, put me back in, coach. Miitopia is 50. Oh. One of the, like, so you know when you put something into Google, they'll show you, like, the most relevant result, and then they'll be like, people also ask this. And one of them was, why is Miitopia 18+? And I was like, what the no, it's not! What the fuck are you talking about? Apparently in Russia, it's 18+ because you can depict same-sex relationships in it, which was enough to get it an 18+ rating, which is interesting. Wouldn't say it's correct by any stretch of the imagination, but it's interesting how different cultures view these things, I guess. In a perfect world, I could get Miitopia on sale for like 25. That would be fantastic, but the chances of that happening are probably pretty slim. Might be able to score 30, but probably not. Since it's a 50 one, and it isn't like a major Nintendo title, they'll probably never put it on fucking sale, which is unfortunate. Yeah. That's the thing. That's what makes it interesting, I guess. It doesn't make sense to us, but I guess to them it does. And it makes you realize that, like, there's a lot of people in the US that are still, like, very close-minded about that shit, but, like, we're still leaps and bounds again, above some other countries in terms of, like, progression in that regard. Is it good enough? No, I'd say it's not good enough, because there's still, like, serious problems of discrimination, and it needs to be better, but I guess it's, like... I'm trying to think of, like, the correct way to say this. I don't think there is the correct way to say it. It's nice to know we're not the worst, though, is what it comes down to, I guess. Why does the music keep fading out like that? You keep reading about that with, like, Disney movies lately, too. Multiverse of Madness and Lightyear both had issues where they were like, oh, certain scenes are banned in certain countries. It's like, what fuck? Why? Oh no, they kissed. At least they're not hypocritical like Americans are, where if it's two men, they're like, that's disgusting, we should never see it, but if it's two girls, they're like, oh yeah, high five. I hate people that have that mentality. I don't think many people have that mentality, but you'd be surprised how many people do. It's kind of gross. This isn't gross, they're gross. That's how it works. That took a while. Just that, I guess the game just wanted me to bask in the glory of the controversial subject for a couple seconds. Hi, baby. You don't want out of the room already, do you? Because, like, we just came in. Can't you, like, sit tight for a little while? Oh, Riley, you crashed. I kind of had a feeling. With how long that one took to load, I was like, something went wrong here. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, the game's not, like, terribly stable, if I'm being honest. I don't know if the other versions are better. Other consoles, rather. We'll get you back in. Unless you're gonna bail on us to play Mario Kart. That's fine, I guess. I think Genshin Impact was, like, specifically... It might have been because of China, but it's also mobile storefronts are very weird about shit like that. I've seen a couple of games where it looks really, like, unnatural, because you'll look and, like... I saw an advertisement for, I think it was a One Piece game, where one of the characters literally had, like, their cleavage line, like, just erased. You could tell it was missing, but it's literally that simple. They're just like, you can't have that line there. It's like, what the fuck? What are you, 12? Get over it. Hey, baby. And that was kind of what Genshin Impact did, I think. It was... They were just removing curve lines just to be, like, there. It's such a weird, like, rule to get around. It's kind of dumb. But To a point, it's their culture. They can do what they want. Like, I'm not gonna tell them it's wrong, I guess. Because what do I know? I don't know how their culture works, you know what I mean? It seems wrong from our perspective, but our perspective probably seems wrong to them. So it's like, who's to say, right? I think a lot of people try and look at, like, countries that are a little bit, like, behind on progression on stuff like that and be like, oh, they're wrong. And it's like, I wouldn't say they're wrong. It's that they haven't caught up to us yet. It's just that we're ahead of the curve. It's not like all countries at the same point in time were like, are we gonna say that this is okay or not? And they chose not. They just haven't gotten to a point yet where they said, we're gonna choose it's okay. You know what I mean? Should they do it faster? Maybe, yeah, but... Nala, what do you want? Why are you being so annoying? I would not have let you in here if I knew you were gonna do this. I thought you were just gonna, like, lay in the middle of the floor and be cute. I'm bad. I dodged that like a Monster Hunter attack, and then that one I just took. Come here. I thought you wanted attention. You want out of the room? You want out? Yeah, that's why I clarified that it might be getting a lot of votes, but it's still, like, probably the least likely. Just because the other ones I all own already, is kind of what it comes down to. I think someone was still in, right? Nice guy made it. You're lucky I got eliminated. I mean, the game's not that new. That's already gonna happen, to be honest. Like, no games are safe in that regard. I wouldn't worry about that. That's another big reason why I'm glad that I'm playing Xenoblade on my own time, because I guarantee even playing it, like, release weekend, I would have had shit spoiled. I played that Sonic Triple Trouble remake, like, the day after it came out, and people were already backseating. Like, it's... I understand your concern, but it's also, like, it's an unavoidable thing, is the unfortunate truth. And that game came out on 3DS, like, how long ago? So it's... The people that would backseat are, like, they're already set to do it, is kind of what it comes down to. I also, honestly, don't really think that's the type of game you'd play for the story anyway. That's more, I think you play that, well, you stream it more for, like, the interactions, I think. Yeah, multiple people. Did you find the secret yet? Like, are you kidding? I think Sonic games are actually the biggest, like, double-edged sword I have right now. Because most of the Sonic games I've streamed have, like, the streams have done pretty well, but but almost all of them we've dealt with, like, backseating of some sort. Backseating or just, like, overall know-it-allness. That was unfortunate. I just got a low battery warning, but we should be fine. On my headphones, that is. They should last for an hour. I'm not particularly worried about that. Although this thing is going right through me. I kind of have to pee again already, so that's a thing. I don't think Heroes had backseating, but I think Sonic Advance and Sonic Battle did. And like I said, sometimes it's not backseating, sometimes it's just... I'm gonna be completely honest here. This is what, this is a very difficult thing to explain. So I usually don't go into it, and I just group it as backseating. But typically... You kind of nailed it when you said about, like, hypothetical questions. When I ask a rhetorical question... or a hypothetical question, and someone answers it, like, 99% of the time, I'm, like, cringing that they even thought to answer it. Even if it's not, like, a big backseating thing, or a big spoiler or anything, I'm just like, why did you answer that? That didn't need to be answered. Sometimes you just wonder out loud, are there apples that aren't red? And you're just wondering it. You don't want an answer, and then you look at chat and there's a fucking Reddit post that's like 3 paragraphs long that's explaining all the different types of apples. And it's like, I didn't ask. I was just wondering out loud. It's called banter. Like, that sort of stuff agitates me. Because it's just like, I wasn't asking. So sometimes it's not even that they're like, spoiling something or backseating and saying this is the way you do it. I just wonder something about, like... I'm trying to think of a good example when it comes to Sonic Heroes. But I can't really think of one. I'll just make an aimless wonder about, like... Is this the same voice actor? Like, this doesn't sound like the same voice actor for Amy that was in Sonic Adventure 2 or something. And then I just look and someone's like, just... Here's the history of when the voice actress was born. Here's everything she's ever been in. And I was just like, it was just banter, man. People need to realize that sometimes streamers say things just to fill the space. We're not asking. We're just... It's a thought that popped into our head and we have our filter turned off because that's the best way to make stream commentary, is to just train a thought. Just let it flow. I didn't want to do that. Back me up. We have to reinvite Riley. And that's kind of why I always... Oh, I think Riley bailed and went to play Mario Kart, actually. Do you want to play more, Riley, or are you done after that crash? I'll wait for a second to see if you have anything to say there. Hey, Alexander, how's it going? That's something that I often criticize the Pokemon community for, too. I feel like you can't, like, say anything about anything Pokemon with people jumping down your throat and being, like, and correcting everything you just said. Like... And a lot of it is that they won't just answer the thing that you weren't asking, but they'll go overboard with it. And you're like, just, like, stop. All I said was, does Zubat evolve at 22 or 23? I can't remember. And he just hit 22. All you have to do is wait for the battle to end, and I'll fucking know the answer. You don't have to tell me and then also follow it up with, oh, he also learns Wing Attack at 22, but also only in first generation. He doesn't do it in the other generation. I didn't ask! All I did was ask a question that the game is going to answer in 30 seconds. Keep it to yourself. That sort of thing just, like, agitates me. Admittedly, more than it should. It shouldn't bother me that much. Which is why now in a lot of games, I'll say something like that, and I'll be like, don't answer that. Because I know that someone's revving it up. They're just like, oh, hold on. I got Bulbapedia open already. I got you. It's like, no, I don't care. I don't care. Especially if it's something I'm about to figure out. I'm sure it's happened more than once where I'm like, is fighting weak to flying? It is, right? And then I click wing attack, and then someone's like, yes, it's weak to flying. I just used it! The game just told me it's super effective, and I was correct. You didn't have to say anything. But then in those cases, they'll be like, flying is strong against fight, and not only fighting, but grass and bug. It's resist, like, these types resist it, and I'm like, I didn't ask. I didn't ask. I was wondering out loud. The game answered my question. I think people are, like, too eager to be helpful. Does that make sense? But it often just... and the problem is I think it often comes off as, like, know-it-alling. Where they're just like, I'm waiting for you to say something wrong so I can correct you. And that's why it gets to me. Because I feel like people are, like, looking for me to make a mistake. Just so they can be like, you're wrong. Not only are you wrong, but I'm right, and I have the information. You're gonna thank me, right? So again, that's not like backseating, necessarily. It's just people answering questions that they just didn't need to answer, but they couldn't help themselves. Oh no, this is not good. Oh, come on. Okay, we're finally good. We're finally good. God, that sucked. And then we all jumped on at once. Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking... What's a word that has the same power as the R word, but isn't as offensive? Because I need it right now. Absolute imbecile? That's not quite it. Why would you just will us to lose like that? I hope they all lost. I hope they're still falling off, like, repeatedly. I hope they're stuck. Knucklehead isn't bad. That's something I like about occasionally calling people cucks, is I think it hits, like, just the right way. It's just such a silly one. But it's just, it fits. It, like, feels good to say, you know what I mean? People who are wrong sometimes. That too. And you might notice that sometimes I'll do that. If I notice somebody is just sharing too much information, I tend to just start ignoring them, is my first step. But I'll, like, skim what they're saying, and if I notice that they say something that's wrong, I'll call them out on it. Just because, like, to try and, like, put them in their place and be like, why are you doing this so much, yet you don't even know what you're talking about? And again, like, this is like a silly warning, because most of you never do this. If not all of you. But a good, like, rule of thumb... If you see somebody post a message in chat that is obviously at the character limit, like that's how long it is, you can safely assume I'm not going to read it. Unless I asked them a question and they're answering it, then obviously I will. But if they are answering a question like what level does Zubat evolve with that level of a response, I'm not reading that shit. And I'm probably not going to read anything else they say either. I'm just going to start ignoring them. Which is, like, not the right way to do it, but I feel like it's a better way than me immediately getting agitated with them. Because then it looks bad to everybody, right? Ignoring them, like, they're not gonna like it, but if I get too sassy about it, then everyone's gonna be like, why are you getting so mad? You know what I mean? I don't remember that being a problem with Fire Emblem, so I wouldn't worry about it. The only thing I really remember about Fire Emblem is that it just got too grindy and monotonous, so I was kind of like, yeah, we've seen enough. It's something I'm realizing about the Fire Emblem series in general, which is kind of sucks to realize, is that almost all of the stories are like boring war stories, and I don't care. Like, I couldn't tell you, out of all the Fire Emblem games I've played, I couldn't tell you what any of them are about. Because I just don't care about the story. I don't think they're compelling stories. So, inevitably, they're gonna have a hard time keeping my interest. Which is probably why I've only beaten, like, 2 of them. This line, though, I'm so far ahead. Holy hell. But yeah, most of the, like, major, culprits are basic, like, when it comes to, like, backseating and spoiling and just know-it-alling in general, most of the people who are the most guilty of it don't come to streams anymore because I've called them out on their shit. So, like, I wouldn't really worry about it. Like, one of the ones I think of with Sword and Shield doesn't come to streams anymore, for example. The one I always mention with Hollow Knight that kind of ruined that experience for me doesn't come to streams anymore. The one that spoiled a bunch of shit in Final Fantasy 15, I banned him. So... if you think, oh, I've done that once, I wouldn't necessarily worry about, like, whenever I go on these rants, if you ever are like, oh, I did that thing he's talking about once, I wouldn't worry about being like, oh, I did it once and I'm sorry. I would just kind of, like, take it quietly as, like, a, oh, now I know I need to be more careful about not doing that in the future. You know what I mean? And I usually get aggressive about it because I don't want people to do it to other streamers either. Even though I know there are some streamers who are literally like, I just started the game, just backseat me. Because they just look at it as work and not an experience, which is, I think, something that they're doing wrong. But people need to be more... I think people who do backseat, like criminally backseat, tend to look at it as, like, everyone, all streamers want to be backseated, and that's something that needs to be denormalized. Because that's just, like, not true. They need to be more aware of, does this person want to be told anything at all? Are they okay with tips? Do they want to be backseat everything? Or do they get agitated if you even, like, give them, like, a fun fact about, like, what a weapon does? Like, oh, did you know that Crash Bomb can pierce Woodman's shield? Like, don't fucking tell me things about the game. I'm kind of like that, where I'm like, I don't want to be told anything. Now, a lot of that is because I'm afraid that if I let somebody drop too many, like, tips, that they're gonna get carried away and start telling me too much. They're gonna be like, oh, so it's okay to tell you tips, so here's how you beat Sephiroth. It's like, no, 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 no. This is bad. Oh my god. How did I survive that? What a fucking miracle, dude. And then there's the meta bullshit, which is another problem. Which I think we've had happen in Fall Guys, where people are like, oh, you know, if you go to the right, you'll have a perfect optimized cycle. That's like the meta. Shut the fuck up. Like, stop. If it's anything that's like, there's one right way to do this, like, just keep it to yourself. Saw a grabber get eliminated. That's, like, the best. That's the fucking best. On one hand, it can sometimes be fun to see people be like, you have to do it this way, and then prove them wrong. Like when I played Cuphead and did not change weapons the entire game. Because kids kept backseating, hey, you're supposed to go buy this weapon, and I was like, no, I'm just gonna use the normal one. Thanks for making my choice for me. And what did I do? I beat the whole game with it, so clearly it's not something that there's only one way to do it. They're just bad. Which, that's gotta sting. If you're backseating to that degree, and then someone proves you wrong, like, yikes. That's gotta feel really bad. Ah! What am I doing? Oh, okay, it's fine. Make way. Oh, it is that way. I didn't think I was gonna make it. It looked like I was bouncing off of him. Yeah, way back when Fall Guys first came out there, that was kind of why I stopped playing it. It was one of the reasons why I stopped playing it. Is people kept being like, oh, if you just go this way, it's perfectly optimal. And I was like, God, touch grass. What is wrong with you? Just trying to bounce the bean around and have a good time. Like, holy shit. I think... Do you start with 2 different weapons in Cuphead? I think I did have a second one, but I never bought any other ones. And it was solely because, like, I got multiple, like, kids coming in and screaming, like, go to the shop and buy this. Like, that was, like, probably some of the worst backseating I've ever seen, really. So I was just deliberately like, well, I'm not doing that now. That's what gave me the idea to play Breath of the Wild and deliberately, like, if anybody backseated anything, to, like, go out of my way to not do it. Just to agitate them. That's what gave me that idea. I've never played this one, by the way. I have seen it, though. But I don't really know what I'm doing, so I'm scared. Did I get him? I don't think I did. Oh god. Oh, I'm bad. I'm super bad. I learned pretty quickly that you need to, like, kind of cook it for a second, but I cooked it way too long. It burned. Yeah, see, that's kind of the thing. I think there are obviously backseaters and know-it-alls that are, like, they're just trying to help. And I get that. But they just need to be more self-aware, and... Because you'll sometimes hear the, well, I don't want you to get frustrated. Let me get frustrated, first of all. If I'm actively frustrated and stuck on something for an hour, it might be a little bit different, but I'm probably still going to be agitated because I'm agitated at the game. So, at that point, it's still not a right thing to do, but... And it's so, like, you know, what's really agitating is, like, compared to the YouTube gaming days, the backseating just isn't as bad as it was back then, for sure. The reason I can't get over it is because I continue to let my guard down, and then I play something like Bug Snacks and I get fucking backseaters, and I'm like, what the hell? Never expected to get Bug Snacks backseaters of all fucking things. And then that just puts me on high alert again. Maybe like 3 more rounds? If I had to guess. Hey, this one isn't bad. It is making me have to pee, though. Tonight has been interesting, at least, because I feel like I've been able to explain it better than I usually have time to. Because, like I said, I usually just oversimplify it by just calling it backseating. And sometimes it's not backseating. Sometimes it's just people blurting stuff out that I didn't ask for. Yeah, I think I only got it on like 1 episode of Bugsnax, maybe twice. It wasn't seriously bad, but it was one of those ones where I didn't know that they were backseating at first. And then after they said like 4 things, I was like, you're backseating, aren't you? At first I thought they were just along for the ride and they were like, I don't know, I'm just guessing. But then like all of their guesses were correct and I was like, oh, you're backseating, aren't you? I think there was 2. I can't really remember, like, what they did, though, so it was probably not that bad, but it was also just, like, on Bugsnax, really. Like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I'm not even gonna try the center. It never goes well anymore. Since they nerfed it, I feel like it's not as good of an idea. Because it used to be like... even if you missed, didn't you like hit the next checkpoint or something? But they changed that, so it's like... not as worth doing now. IMO. Unless you have it, like, you know, unless you're a meta head and you have it optimized, and then go for it. And I think, like I said, I think a lot of when it gets to me is when I feel like... I had this idea last night. Volpe's gonna be like, do it, you won't. I had an idea to do an episode of Crit Rate that's a viewer-type tier list. And it would have, like, the types of backseaters on it and everything. And I was like, that's, like, really toxic, though. I probably shouldn't do that. But I think, like, the worst type of viewer in any regard are the types of viewers that come there for themselves. They're just there because it's a platform for them to show off. And that's usually what bothers me about stuff like the know-it-alling, is I feel like they're just trying to be like, the streamer needs my help. I have to help them. Or they're doomed. And I'm just like, just get over yourself. Like, please. What, doing a viewer type tier list is extremely bad? Oh, it's a bad idea. It's not a good idea. No, not like this. Not like this. I think, so, oddly enough, there's 2 reasons why it's a really bad idea. One is because it's toxic as hell. And I think you could only get away with it if you're a very large streamer, so that people know that you're, like, kind of, like, you're trying to be funny about it. And or you're trying to help people realize, hey, like, don't do these things. If you're a small streamer, it's probably a terrible idea to do. There are better ways to make that joke work, I think is what it comes down to. Didn't View do a video once that was like those 5 viewers that are like really annoying or something like that? There's funnier ways to do it than making it a tier list. A tier list would probably just come off as a rant session, probably. In my case, I think. The other bad part of it is it's very difficult to like think of every type of viewer. You know what I mean? And a hell of a lot easier to think of the bad ones than it is to think of the good ones. Alright, did you guys all back out? Am I inviting everybody? Yeah, I was like, it's funny, and I think as, like, a meme that people are doing on, like, Twitter or something, where you could see a bunch of, like, large streamers putting together their, like, viewer tier lists, I think it would be pretty funny. And I do mean, like, viewer types. I'm not saying take the viewers' names and rate them. That is, like, Hitler levels of toxic. That's, maybe not. It's not really that bad, but that's bad. I'm talking, like, you're rating, like, you know, the lurkers, the gift subbers that only ever gift subs, but they never buy one for themselves, which is, like, perfectly fine. Like, you're rating, like, the good ones versus, like, the backseaters, the trolls, stuff like that. It wouldn't be by name. That would obviously be, 1, impossible, but 2, really, really toxic. Yeah, that would be an even worse idea. But no, yeah, it would be like that viewer that comes in just to talk about their day at the coffee shop, and can you believe what this other person said, and then they leave because you're not giving them attention. It would be stuff like that. But really, like, I think most of the worst types of viewers are the one for me are the ones that are like, I'm here because I needed a platform. They're not here because, oh, I like watching the streamer. They're here because, oh, there's people here and I can tell a story and people will listen to me. Any type of viewer that takes attention away from the streamer, I think, is just bottom tier. Like, that's not how things should work. Have to resend invites. It's still a really toxic idea, though, and I'm probably not going to do it. Yeah, they got to work on this, like, entire interface. It's not great. Or are you guys still, like, in your matches? I'm trying to think of what the other game was recently where I was like, and by recently I mean like the past like 6 months. There was 2 games. There's Bug Snacks and there was another one where I was like, I can't believe I got a backseater on this game of all things. I don't remember what it was though. I mean, Triple Trouble was pretty surprising. But again, I think the worst one with Triple Trouble is I did have, like, a viewer that came in and, like, immediately dropped, like, 15 fun facts about the original game. And I was like, what are you doing? You're either assuming I don't know anything or you're trying to impress other people. Well, either way, you're trying to impress other people at your knowledge, which is just kind of like, stop. Let that naturally come about. Lead with, like, oh, what do you think of this game? Like, I really liked the original. Did you play the original? What did you think about it? And then have the streamer naturally say, I haven't played it. Have you played it? How does this compare to the original game? Then the streamers, and realistically, I'm telling you to trick the streamer into giving you the floor, but that's better than just taking it and being like, I'm gonna talk now. Anyway. Should probably just get off of it at this point. I know battery's low. No, it wasn't Motorways, because that was all... I only streamed that, like, once. Twice. I don't think I got anything on that, though. Which I think the type of people that, like, to be blunt, I think the type of people that would play a game like that and be good at it probably acknowledge the fact that trying to explain backseating in a game like that is probably impossible. Yeah, you see the third green house in the upper right-hand corner? No, the third one from the top, not the third one from the left. Yeah, that one. You see how you have it pointed to the left, and you could have it pointed to the right? No. Not that, no, that's the third one from the bottom. I said the third one from the top. Now, if you have that pointed to the right, no, see, because now it's connected to a road that's not, it doesn't work. You can't backseat a game like that without looking like a complete fucking lunatic. I think it was Sonic Battle. Sonic Battle got some backseating that was really funny because they were backseating me to do things that I was, like, deliberately not trying to do. I think I was trying to grind to get a certain attack from somebody, and they were like, you should go here to get more experience. And I was like, motherfucker, I'm not trying to get more experience. Like, did you watch the stream for more than 2 seconds? Or did you literally say they're playing Sonic Battle? They need my help. Onward! I don't know how you guys managed to get in, but cool. I'm just gonna take it. This game's invite system seems kind of wonky. No, I said the greenhouse. That's the blue house. I was talking about the yellow-green one, not the blue-green one. No, third from the top, not fourth from the top. The one that's pointing diagonally. No, the other one that's pointed diagonally. You just can't. You just can't do it. It's impossible. I don't think there's anything left in it. I think I got it. It's all there is to it, probably. At least, like, the bright side with that is that's, like, the best backseating to call out, because it's the one that looks the most ridiculous. Go back. That wall. You missed that wall. What wall, motherfucker? No, not that wall. Go back again. You went back too far. That wall. What wall? Like, everybody thinks that's ridiculous, right? So that one's, like, free to call out. That would be really funny, actually. If somebody was playing 06 and someone was backseating, like... So what you need to do is press the button in the middle of the controller. No, not the start button. The one in the middle of the controller. The one that takes you to the home menu. There you go. Yeah, that one. And now just press the button that closes the game. Yeah, you got it. There you go. You're saved. For good measure, if you press the home button again, and then hit the button that says uninstall. There you go. Nailed it. The tricky thing is and this is a slippery slope, but I guess at this point I'm kind of basically trying to tell you guys, like, just give examples of what not to do. This is all funny, but I think fake backseating for in the interest of comedy is, like, also not helpful. Like, if you're watching somebody play a game and people keep backseating and the streamer's getting frustrated and you start saying shit like, backseating tip, don't die, upside down smile, you're not helping. Chances are the streamer's gonna be so agitated with backseating that they're not gonna think it's funny anyway. And maybe that sounds mean, but it's just being real. Because a lot of people will try to do that. And especially if it's a really big streamer, their mods might not know you're joking, which is another issue. So you have to be very careful with that. Because if you just make a fake backseat... Like, I had that happen to me once. I was watching somebody play Breath of the Wild, they were getting agitated at backseating, and I said something about, like, just use the iron boots, and one of the mods thought I was, like, being serious. because they clearly didn't play the game themselves and had no fucking idea what they were doing. And they thought I was, like, actually backseating, and I was like, are you stupid? I'm gonna try to, like, let the kitty out really quick. You want out? Come on. Come on. So yeah, joking about backseating isn't necessarily a good idea. There's a chance that a mod isn't gonna know you're joking. There's a chance that the streamer is gonna see the word backseating and immediately be like, what the fuck, why would you backseat when we're already having trouble against backseaters? They might not read the full message, because at that point they're conditioned to not read the full message because of backseating, so... It might seem like a funny idea in the moment, but I've seen it go wrong more often than not. And honestly, it's just like, honestly, a low form of comedy, too. And by that, I mean, if you say it, and, like, 3 other people also say it, it's not very original to say, is kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah, it did. Yeah, joking can sometimes be okay if, like, you're such a regular that the streamer knows what you're up to. But even then, it could be bad because other people might take note and be like, oh, I'm gonna do that too. And then you'll also have the people who drop real backseating amidst the jokes because they know they're gonna be able to get away with it. Because then we just assume everything's a joke, and then 2 hours later, we're like, oh, that one guy actually spoiled something. Well, fortunately, with these new headphones, like, even, like, you've seen this on Mario Golf Nights, where I'll get up and I'll tee off and then get up and go, like, use the bathroom. With these headphones, I can just take the sound with me, so I'll hear when my turn is coming up. I'll pay, like, super close attention and be like, okay, that was boo sound effects, so Theo just took his shot. Blue should be up next. So I know if I have to rush back. So here's the really interesting thing. And I would like to think that this makes for, like, good comedy. Like, I think sometimes it can definitely, like... I would like to think that I balance that pretty well in general. I think if a streamer goes on a rant for too long, it can definitely get awkward. I like to think I inject enough, like, hilarity into it that it keeps it from getting awkward. But I also like to think that I can, like, acknowledge the fact that, like, I'm really going off right now. That guy got creamed by that pretzel log. Just destroyed by spinach. How did we even start talking about backseating? How did that even happen? Oh, 'cause of Metopia. That's right. Yeah, end of the day, I wouldn't worry about it. Anyone who's gonna backseat that game already has everything they need to backseat it. And I think the appeal of playing it would be... It's the type of game where they kind of can't backseat it, right? Because it's so customizable with, like, the classes you're using and the characters you're using that everyone's experience is going to be a little different, right? So someone can come in and be like, you should be using the samurai class because they're the best one, and I'm going to be like, fuck you. Pepper doesn't make sense as a samurai, Lucy doesn't make sense as a samurai, so shut the fuck up. What do you know? Which is like, I think that's the real split between backseating and just being a know-it-all. Because with roguelikes, you can't backseat roguelikes, because you have no idea what the current run I'm on is going to be like. So instead, people just know-it-all it. And they'll just drop fucking Reddit posts calculating, like, oh, that item you just passed and you didn't take is actually, like, an S-tier item, and it's one of the best tier items in the game, and it's like, shut up, nobody asked. All it really, and really all, the major lesson here is you need to pay attention to what type of streamer it is. Because some streamers want to know that information. Like, some streamers will be like, oh, I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me that, actually. But if it's a streamer that I would like to say, I'd like to think of myself as a streamer like this, that is more so focused on, like, the gameplay is, like, mostly secondary. I am super dead. That was a terrible jump. I try to focus more on talking to you guys than playing the game. So, if that's the case, if the streamer's talking to chat more than they're talking about the game, you should probably just take a note that they don't give a fuck about what you have to say about the game. Because they're probably, it's gonna, like, break immersion in the opposite direction. You know what I mean? They're immersed in talking to chat, and you're gonna be like, hey, reminder, you're playing a game. And you're... Also, reminder, you're doing a bad job at it, is why I'm now backseating you. And that's just extra... Shut up. If you ever think you're gonna, like, say something in chat that, like, I need to tell them this because they don't know it, stop and ask yourself, if I say this, are they gonna tell me to shut the fuck up? That's the way I operate on the internet. With the exception of streaming. Because sometimes I'll just say shit when I'm streaming. I won't hesitate as much, but when it comes to, like, being in someone's chat, when it comes to being on Twitter, everything, I stop and ask myself, how would people react to this? Which is why I don't post on Twitter a lot. Also, none of us are in here, so let's get the fuck out of here. We should have time for at least, like, one or two more, maybe? And really, it's like I was saying very early on in the stream. Why do people, like, not like surprises? Is, like, really all it comes down to. When I see a pog moment in a video game, and then I think I'd like to watch somebody else play this video game, because I want to see their reaction to that pog moment. Therefore, telling them there's a pog moment coming up is tainting their experience. That's part of why... So I talked about this when Twain and I were racing. I mentioned that I watched the Metroid Dread run from GDQ, and I didn't like it, because I didn't think the commentary was good. And that was why. They weren't commentating on shit happening in the game. They weren't talking about, like, here's this moment that's really cool. Like, they didn't do a lot of that. They, like, completely ignored the plot of that game and didn't talk about it at all. And I was like... But I want to hear, like, clearly you're not playing it for the first time, but I'd like to hear, like, what you thought the first time you saw it or something. Instead of just making references to Super Metroid. Did you know people speedrun Super Metroid? Did you know that that's a thing? Yeah, multiplayer stuff in general is pretty good in that regard, because you never really know what's gonna happen. Multiplayer and, like... and roguelikes, because you don't know what's gonna happen. The unfortunate thing with single-player games is that there's always a reality that somebody in chat knows everything that's about to happen, and you have to stop and question, like... I'm trying to... What game was it? There was a game once where I was outright putting off playing, like, the actual, like, progressing the story because I was worried that people were gonna spoil it. And that's bad. I think it was Final Fantasy 15, where I was like, I'm just gonna go do side stuff because people can't spoil that. And then sure enough, once I focused on finishing the story, somebody spoiled all of it. With the worst spoiler take, and that was... I don't count that as a spoiler. It was basically them saying, because it's me, and I choose to not be in trouble, I'm going to say I didn't spoil anything, and that your rules are wrong. What fault thing? I beg your pardon? Something that's nice about Monster Hunter as well is you never quite know what's going to happen with those hunts. We had that moment the other day when Basil Juice headbutt View while he was countering and it still killed him. That'll never happen again. So some games just, like, provide moments, which is really cool. And most games provide moments, but the problem is that if you go to play Elden Ring at this point in time, people know what the moments are, so they're just gonna spoil all of them. And then you don't get to have that moment. And perhaps it goes without saying, I'm mostly talking about the people who, like, don't have your best interest in mind. Because clearly, like, or rather that do have your best, because the people who do it to be toxic are going to do it no matter what. There's no, I'm not trying to teach them a lesson here, because they know what they're doing is wrong. So I'm more so focused on the people who think they're trying to help. It's like, I appreciate that you want to help, but I don't appreciate the help. Does that make sense? Especially because I've said before, it makes me feel like you assume I'm bad at video games. And I'm not like a fucking ninja or a hungry box or anything. I know that, but I'd like to think I'm pretty goddamn good at video games. Like, significantly above average, I would go as far as to say. And usually the backseaters are the ones that, like, don't come to streams, so they're, like, here for 2 seconds and just make an assumption that, like, oh, well, he's clearly bad at this, so I should probably help him. Someone give me a different topic. I'm tired of talking about this. And there's probably people that are tired of hearing about it. Not that there's much left in the stream. Yeah, Hungry Bucks is really good, right? I don't know. I don't follow that shit anymore, but this is the first one I thought of that wasn't canceled. He's not canceled, right? Maybe he is. I don't know. I'm gonna stop streaming, and I'm gonna go make something to eat, and then I'm gonna play Xenoblade for fucking 6 hours, and no one can stop me. And then tomorrow I'm off, I'm gonna get up, and I'm gonna make dinner, and then I'm gonna play Xenoblade for like 10 hours, and no one can stop me. Short of God Almighty himself. Good camera view. Bum, bum, bum. This is another reason why I should start labeling my streams like the episode where. So this one can be the episode when I rant. I like the one where Nintagious ranted about backseating for a long time. Is Scarlet still here? That one's for you. Good one. I'm not doing a Pokemon Smasher Pass. Sorry. It's not happening. I think that's another, someone's gonna have to, like, donate a large sum of money for me to do something like that. Like, there's two scenarios there. I either do it and nobody gives a shit, or I do it and my channel explodes and I become known as he did that Smasher Pass on Pokemon. There's like fucking 36 golf episodes now, like Jesus Christ. It's honestly probably fine if we just stop playing that. I don't want to though, I still have fun playing it. I'm just discouraged, and and obviously I don't mean this to be as guilt trippy as it is, it's just I'm being just honest about it. But like, no one hung around for the last one for very long. Like, we definitely stopped after 3 hours and went and played Fall Guys instead, because it was like nobody wanted to play golf anymore. So that was just kind of a red flag of like, you should probably just stop with this. I hate this. Yikes, that was scary. I think it's gonna go either way. We're gonna start doing streams that are 3 hours of golf and then 3 hours of Fall Guys, or I'm just gonna stop doing golf streams. I did finish getting all of the birdies. All I have to do now is get everyone's superstar clubs. It was the worst time to dive. Nope, I'm done. God, that's so hard now. I'm gonna be honest, if we take a break from it, I don't think we'll ever come back to it. Other games are gonna come out, and we're never gonna find the opportunity to do it. I think that's why I've held on to it for as long as I have, because I acknowledge that it's only a matter of time. Unless they drop a expansion update on us, which, as I mentioned earlier, I don't think is gonna happen. It was a good run. I played the game for like 300 hours, so it's not like I underplayed the game. Honestly, I kind of blame Nintendo. Not only was it a little under-supported, but I don't think it should be a $60 game. I think there's a chance that a couple of people, like, there's probably a couple of you that, like, come to streams and watch golf that are like, I'd play this, I'm just not paying $60 for it. And honestly, that's fair. I think it should be like a $30 or $40 game, because there's just nothing to do. I think that would help it a lot. Anyway, that'll be our last match. Inevitably, I have that moment of one more. But, this went right through me, so I have to pee. I'm also very hungry. I'm also very tired, because I feel like I did not sleep last night. So that's a bit of a problem. I also want to play Xenoblade. But I had a good time. I hope you guys did as well. Whether you're members or not, I hope you had a good time. That's what all is there to address. So most important, well, I guess let's do schedule first. I'll be off tomorrow. I think it's the second episode of Xenoblade will be airing tomorrow. Again, there's 6 episodes of those, so there's not going to be that many. It's just a short-term thing, just to look at like the first 10 hours of the game and my impressions of them. I had a good time. I'm still having a great time with it, so I hope people check it out. If you're not already sold on getting the game yourself, of course, that's understandable. We'll be back on Sunday with Koromon. We're going to go hard on Koromon because I want to focus in and actually, like, play it and finish it. I hit a point, like, last week where I was like, oh shit, I hit that point again where I stream 5 nights a week and every night is a different game and I hate it. So, I'm sidelining some stuff so that we can focus. We're going to focus on Koromon. I don't fully know what the schedule of next week's going to be like because of the fact that I don't know how long Koromon's going to take. It'll at least be Koromon Sunday, Monday. I think that's a safe bet. Tuesday and Wednesday are the ones I'm not sure about, and maybe Thursday. Friday we'll play Mario Kart, though. That's for sure, because I do want to play some more Mario Kart. So yeah, that's the schedule. So that aside, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Thank you everyone for playing tonight. I didn't mention this last members stream, and I should have, but perhaps most importantly, thank you to the members for, like, making all of this possible, because if it weren't for you guys, I probably wouldn't be able to do stuff like this. So, you know, extra thank you to those. And donators, in general. We had a very generous Theo super chat earlier, so that's also worth noting. On that note as well, Theo is up very late tonight, so why was that one so fast? What the hell? I gotta come up with a custom alert for that. I think I know one. I'm just gonna have to make it myself, and I'm not looking forward to doing that, but the unfortunate thing about that is that Volpe got it, and he probably would have liked to play Fall Guys with us. Yeah, you can gift one now. They actually changed that really quickly. So yeah, you still can't choose which tier it is, which kind of sucks, but gifting one is kind of epic. So I'm glad they decided to do that. So yeah, in general, thank you for all the support. That's not just members, like it's even if you're just watching, that's also very, very helpful, because it's two parts, right? There's the financial support, and then there's the viewership support. Like, it's also, if the monetization was there, but there was only one person here every stream, it would still be kind of like hard to justify doing, right? So it's definitely all appreciated. We'll aim to come back to this in 3 weeks. If I decide to do a Mario Golf / Fall Guys stream, that'll be in 2 weeks. I'm gonna continue thinking about that and see how I feel about it. I don't know if I'm completely sold on it just yet. If we do Fall Guys with Mario Golf, that won't be members only. Anyone will be able to join that one. But I think we'll aim for, in 3 weeks, we'll do another Fall Guys. I'm kind of liking every 3 weeks for now, because it's basically once a month, but a little bit faster. Which is good, because, like, you know, I'm enjoying playing it. Again, I'm probably not going to be playing it on my off time, but it's fun playing it in this setting. Let's put it that way. Well, it should persist until the next Fall Guys stream, at least. So, the next one you should be able to hop in on. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I'm hungry and tired. So, like I said, we'll be back on Sunday. We'll focus in on Koromon and try to make some serious progress on that. Not sure about the rest of the week, but Mario Kart on Friday at least. So thank you all again for hanging out tonight, and everyone for playing. It was a good time. Not a lot of wins tonight, but that's okay. It was still a good time. There was only that one early mission with that sweaty Master Chief that I was like, this is gross and I don't want to play this game right now. After that, it was totally fine though, so yeah, enjoy your weekends. I know the battery's low. I'm working on it. So yeah, enjoy your weekends, and I will see you guys on Sunday.